Abrams. The Devils are back home to host the Winnipeg Jets, the NHL's best team. The Rangers signed defenseman Uro Vakanainen to a 2-year extension for over $3 million and also acquired Nicholas Aube-Kubel from the Sabres for Eric Branstrom. Also, with the trade deadline passed, the Islanders reportedly holding on to Kyle Palmieri, working on an extension. The support is brought to you by Betterment. Make your money hustle with Betterment, the automated investing platform that makes it easy to be invested. Learn more at betterment.com. That's BETTERMENT.com. Investing involves risk. Also brought to you by Argent. Stay hydrated or I should say, staying hydrated is the key to feeling your best. Introducing Terra Origin Healthy Hydration Plus, packed with essential electrolytes that help fuel your day, and keep your energy level high. Visit TerraOrigin.com and save 25% off your first order. Terra Origin, feel light, live energized. Thanks to Energy. KM will have to provide that. I'm Rich.
Perhaps.
If you behave yourself.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Keith McPherson on the Fan, 101.9 FM, and always live on the free Odyssey app.
Turn me up. Yeah. Okay, let's get right into it, man. I'm not going to waste a lot of time because I want to do a quick open here. Breaking news. This isn't what I was planning on doing. Breaking news in the NFL world. As we all know, if you don't have two quarterbacks, you don't have one. The Las Vegas Raiders have traded with the Seattle Seahawks for former Jets quarterback, former Giants quarterback, Geno Smith. Shout out to Geno. They tried to write him off, but he didn't write back. That's my guy. I would love to see Geno Smith. Back in 2018, when I worked at Rock Nation, I got to work with him as he was a Rock Nation athlete, and he didn't care anything about what I had to say because my job was to do social media. My job was digital marketing. My job was to, hey, how do we work on your digital brand? He wasn't working on his digital brand. He was working on his game. He's a football guy. This guy now gets a great opportunity to reunite with Pete Carroll, to be under Tom Brady's regime, to play in Chip Kelly's offense. And there were some words out there, I think, earlier this week about Russell Wilson reuniting with Pete Carroll. That does not happen. Obviously, this impacts the draft. The Raiders are picking at number 6, right ahead of your New York Jets. And many think that they will take Shedeur Sanders if he slips that far. Will they now with Geno Smith? 888-808-1019. Geno Smith is 34 years old. Tyrod Taylor, I think, is the same age. Tyrod Taylor is 35 years old. So, I don't know, man. Wow. Also, more breaking news. Shams just reported. Shams Charania. Shams reports the New York Knicks star, Jalen Brunson, is expected to miss at least 2 weeks with a right ankle sprain. So I'm going to juggle both of these things. Let me close the Geno Smith stuff and get into the Knicks stuff because that is more important to us here in New York. I was going to open Knicks so that works out, that we actually get somewhat of a timetable. It's a right ankle sprain. And there's just a lot to unpack with the Knicks and what is about to happen. And we probably won't talk about the Knicks until later tonight when they're on. So with Geno Smith, congrats to Geno. Let me try and get the details here on the trade. The Raiders make this trade. They give up a 2025 third-round pick. That's a good deal for a solid quarterback. He's, Geno going into the dome, Geno with something to prove. We'll get to that. But this obviously, like I said, has implications for the draft. This has implications in this quarterback carousel. it's Aiden O'Connell, Geno Smith out there, and they may or may not draft a quarterback, I would assume they're not going to try and draft a quarterback, at least not with their first overall pick. Brock Bowers. Okay. 888-808-1019. If you do want to react to Geno Smith, if you're thinking about who the Jets are going to have at quarterback, or who the Giants are going to have at quarterback. He's a former Jets and Giants quarterback. Now he goes to, I think, his 16. Yeah, he played for the Chargers, played for Seattle, played for the Jets, played for the Giants, played for the Raiders, maybe 15. I don't know. Either way, the New York Knicks. I was on last night when the when the injury happened. And when you're watching a game live like that and you see a guy going for 40 points, you see the leader of the team, the captain of the team, the face of the franchise, the guy that took less money for the Knicks, and the guy that is their only option late in games to close out games when it's winning time, go down like that, it just sucks. Like overtime, they had a double-digit lead going into the fourth, and then that turned into a 8-point lead, and you just knew. And you got Luka and you got LeBron, and the Lakers win 8 in a row, but that game was so vital and so crucial potentially for the Knicks to take, and they weren't able to take it. So you add insult to injury now, and you lose Brunson, and I'm not sure where Knicks fans are at. I know last night the Knicks fans that I talked to were just kind of stunned, couldn't sleep, couldn't think straight, because obviously you're dealing with the fact that the Knicks can't beat the top teams, the elite teams, coming off of a loss to the Warriors. And we'll talk about Draymond Green in a second. That's something I definitely wanted to do in this quick open. Basically, with the Knicks here, you can only hope for a silver lining. You can only hope that without Brunson for the next 2 weeks, which, hey, I had said last night, 10 to 14 days, and then I had looked at the Knicks schedule. He's not going to obviously play at all on this road trip out west. They may very well lose all of these games out west with the Clippers, Kings, Trailblazers, and Warriors. But then in 10 days, when the Knicks return home against the Heat, I don't think you rush them at this point. Where I'm going with this is, it's not like you're jockeying for position, a higher seed. And the silver lining might be that if you do lose some games here, if they're not able to figure it out, because they don't have, with Karl Anthony Towns, he's going to have to take over, but Mikal Bridges has been garbage. He's not what you hope for with what you gave up for him. He hasn't been good enough. He's been timid. He doesn't score. He doesn't get to the foul line. He's been a disappointment. And without Brunson, he's the captain. He's the leader of the team. 888-808-1019. So let's say they do lose more games than they win down the stretch here, and then they do fall into the four spot, or maybe even the 5 spot. And the silver lining would be that you potentially duck the Celtics. Well, let's start with the first round. If it's a first round matchup against the Bucks or the Pacers, and Brunson comes back rested a little bit and healthy, you feel like you can defeat either one of those teams, whoever it may be. And then in the second round, if you're facing the Cavaliers, yes, they've had a great regular season, but Kenny Atkinson and these guys, they got to do it in the playoffs, and the playoffs are a different monster. I don't know, man. It seems bleak. 888-808-1019. And it seems bleak because, the Knicks are catching strays all kinds of ways. Obviously, Mikal Bridges and people trolling him. And then Karl Anthony Towns comes back last night. But, I got a real problem with Draymond Green. And I feel like as fans and media members, a lot of people did come out and speak out against Draymond Green. I did it last night. I played his audio. And collectively, we need to keep coming out and piling on this guy. This guy went on his podcast and suggested that Karl Anthony Towns was ducking smoke. Like he was afraid to be on the floor with Jimmy Butler. Like he wasn't on the floor with Jimmy Butler when they played Miami and he dropped 40. Like this wasn't years and years ago, the fable of what happened in that practice with the Timberwolves. Who cares? These are grown men. And as a grown man, looking at Karl Anthony Towns supporting his girlfriend and going to a funeral of a friend who died from breast cancer, Draymond Green is foul. He shouldn't be supported. This is a guy that steps on people, kicks people in the nuts, chokes people. This is a guy that was suspended from the NBA, was supposed to get some type of treatment, counseling. This is a guy that wants to be a media member, but every time he gets in front of a mic, he's got a ridiculous take. And like this one was out of bounds completely. This one didn't make any sense to me because you could easily just check on the internet and anywhere and see like he was out for personal reasons. And his very popular girlfriend, Jordan Woods, put some stuff out there. Like, I just really didn't like that. I think Draymond needs to be checked, but he's uncheckable, right? This is a guy that punched a teammate in the face. You know, this is a guy that's been riding Steph Curry's coattails his whole career. He thinks he can just say whatever he wants. And I'll say this before we go to break at 888-808-1019. Karl-Anthony Towns shouldn't react to this. I hear a lot of people talking about, oh, you know, he should check Draymond. He should punch him in the face. Oh, they're going to see each other. Yeah, they are going to see each other because the Knicks have to go to the Chase Center and face the Warriors on Saturday, March 15th. But what good is it going to do to get ejected or get suspended or do anything here? Karl-Anthony Towns has to be the leader of the team with Brunson out if they're going to win games, stay afloat. But maybe they're not trying to do that. Who knows? Mitchell Robinson is out, and we know Cat is dealing with a knee, and we know the Knicks bench is short, and we know Tibbs is stuck in his ways, hard in his ways, in his rotations. Like, they're really going to have to adapt here. They're really going to have to figure some stuff out here, or they may just lose a lot of games and fall in the standings, and maybe that's for the better as far as, you know, finding a way through these NBA playoffs to potentially dodge the Celtics in the second round, maybe get the Cavs, but you know, we can't act like the Cavs are sweet. Like, the Cavs are arguably the best team in the NBA. I know we like to say they haven't proven it in the playoffs, but they're really good. And as the injury bug has hit the Knicks, I say all the time, in the NBA, we always see different teams get affected. We don't know if the Cavs stay healthy. We don't know if the Celtics stay healthy. But right now, the Knicks are not healthy, and it's not looking good. 888-808-1019. Geno Smith has been traded from the Seattle Seahawks to the Las Vegas Raiders. Jalen Brunson is ruled out for the next 2 weeks at least. And Draymond Green is a sucker, but nobody can say anything to this guy. At least B. Diddy came out, right? At least, you know, because he was on the podcast with his co-host, Baron Davis. And Baron Davis came out and tweeted, "No disrespect to Cat, condolences to his family," you know. But Draymond, of course, just wants to yap and run his mouth and get clicks and do his podcast. And he can't retire soon enough. All right, I can't break soon enough because I have a bunch of guests coming up tonight. Let's take a break. When we come back, I'll tell you who's going to join us. This is a 5-hour KM to AM on the Fan. We'll be right back. Okay, a lot working here right now. Like 2 big breaking news things right out of the gate. Hold on. I always think the like screen is dirty, but it's like it's the glare from the lights. Oh, excuse me. What's up, Pam? Right. Breaking news as I started. 2 things. Just hit that. Frosty, you already know. I'm gonna hit you back, bro. I'm gonna hit your email. I did see it. I get a ton of emails. Keith, I think that Aaron Glenn is trying to get the Jets a winning team. Of course. Raiders going in the right direction with that move. Yeah, that's an actual solid quarterback, man. Draymond is a bum. Like, I just think it's crazy that he can talk like that. Excuse me. I think it's wild that he can get that off, yo. Let me see. New York Post writes, Draymond Green plugs podcast when confronted with the cancer truth about Karl-Anthony Towns' absence. Yeah, and so, you know, after being informed that he was wrong following Golden State's win over the Nets, while plugging the podcast on which he shared he said, "Oh man, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks." Green told reporters, but my comments that I made was what I heard was this, and that's what I heard. So I do send my well wishes to him and his family. We all experience death in one way or another, and we'll all experience it the same way one day. So it's unfortunate. You never wish that on anybody. But the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis must go on. What a clown. I'm going to definitely hit that when we come back. So Gino goes to, you know, when I also say if you don't have two quarterbacks, you don't have one, they might not be done. Gardner Minshew, they told him to go kick rocks. They could still draft the quarterback of the future. So we won't rule that out completely. My guest tonight, I have Laura Albanese joining me. Where is my handy dandy Twitterer? I don't know what I ate. I've got like acid indigestion, bruh. That's actually a thing I didn't eat. I ate hours ago. Just got air. So Laura Albanese, who covers, I think she covers the Mets and the Yankees, but I'm going to look up her title just to make sure it covers. Covers baseball on Newsday. So we'll talk Mets with her. And at 9:15, Connor Hughes will join us. (8:15 p.m.) Laura Albanese, who covers the Mets for Newsday. (9:15) Connor Hughes. So why? Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're in here. 888-808-1019. We're talking sports on the Fan. I like to talk about everything. I won't stay on one thing for too long. Keith McPherson, your nighttime host, taking your calls and taking us through everything. Joining us tonight at 8:15 will be Laura Albanese. You've seen her on Baseball Night in New York. She covers the Mets for Newsday. And at 9:15, Connor Hughes will join us. Connor Hughes is a fellow Monmouth University grad like myself, and he covers the Jets and the Giants on SNY. Connor Hughes will probably weigh in on the Geno Smith move, and we'll certainly talk about Aaron Rodgers and Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders and all the other good stuff coming in the new league year. And last but not least, I do not know all of these hockey players that have been moved around and traded. I'm going to need some help. Jonathan Davis, a.k.a. West Coast Hockey, will join us at 10:15 p.m. to talk about the NHL trade deadline. 888-808-1019. You know, I started talking about Draymond, and I hate people that have this like bully mentality and that are all about themselves and so like brash and uncheckable. You know, last night, after Steph Curry hits the three to put the Nets away, he does the, go to sleep celebration, and he kind of does it towards Jordi Fernandez, the coach of the Brooklyn Nets. And then after the game, when somebody informed him, like, hey, you're trending on Twitter, your comments on Karl Anthony Towns have made the rounds. Like, he was at a funeral. He's dealing with a death of a close family friend. He was supporting his girlfriend. Well, this was Draymond's response. He chose to, of course, plug his podcast. He said, "Oh, man, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. But my comments that I made was that it was what I heard. And that's what I heard. So I do send my well wishes to him and his family. We all experience death in one way or another, and we'll all experience it the same way one day. So it's unfortunate. You never wish that on anybody, but the Draymond Green show with Baron Davis must go on." Like, he had to give you the full name. Carlos is in Queens on the Fan. Go for it, Carlos.
Listen, man, I'll be honest with you. this guy, Draymond, you know, certain people is just, no matter what you do, how much you make or what it is, just they lower class people, yes.
Yeah, scum.
He could be in the he could be in the NBA, he could be making hundreds of thousands of dollars, but at the end of the day, that guy is like, that's the worst. I mean, like, you have no type of animosity or anything. Go back on your words. You're trying to like promote you who you are. It's like certain people, man. It's like you know, you can say whatever, but they always gonna take devil's pie. You know what I mean? And I think like it's a shame because he has talent. Although he is a little dirty player, he reminds me a little bit of Rodman, but on a lower scale. Like that's just like like kind of like a discount Rodman, but can't take away he got still, he got a few chips under his belt thanks to Curry, but it's incredible how certain people just don't even care about that or nothing. It's just, it's a sad thing to see, gotta be honest with you.
Thanks for the call, Carlos. Yeah, it's just irresponsible too with his platform. Like, I understand, Draymond, you about the ugliest dude in the league, so you're just mad at the world, but like, he keeps getting these opportunities to be on TNT. He has his own podcast that's big. He keeps getting opportunities in the NBA. Like, Adam Silver had to check him, had to sit him down. He had to go away for a little while. Like, this guy's at the end of his career. He can't retire soon enough because he just brings negativity. He's got a laundry list of negativity. He's got a low light reel of things on the court. Like I said, swinging on a teammate, choking guys out, stepping on Sabonis, right? Swinging on Valanciunas. This is what he does. Putting Gobert in a headlock. Like, if you watch the NBA, you know what Draymond is. But like, he takes it off the floor, and in this thing, like, we don't know what happens if Karl Anthony Towns does want to check him, right? Because Karl Anthony Towns might feel some type of way and feel like, hey, they already question my toughness. They already make fun of my voice. Like, Brunson is down. Like, I might have to do something here. I might have to give him an elbow. I might have to shove him. But like I said, I don't think that's the way to go. The NBA is obviously going to be looking for that. Draymond is looking for that. That's what exactly Draymond wants. Draymond is hoping that you get like that. He's hoping that you get tough like that. You get in his face. 888-808-1019. And, back to the Knicks, I just feel like this is a huge test for them. I don't see how they pass this test. Jalen Brunson is so much of the, like, bailout guy for that team. Even in these games that they've been winning close, like, they haven't been able to blow anybody out, but the games that they win close, they win it because Jalen Brunson wills them to victory. Deuce McBride, he can't just go into the game and be Jalen Brunson. Guys on the bench, they barely contribute. Like, now, you're going to see this game tonight, second half of a back-to-back, right? It already seems like Mikal Bridges is folding under the pressure all season. Now there's even more pressure. The noise gets even louder. The focus is even more on him. OG has been pretty consistent, and I think he'll be fine. Josh Hart had a big shot late in the game where it's like, okay, he needs to get his confidence back, scoring, shooting the ball, but I don't know where we are with the Knicks. I think they're going to try to compete and win, which they could end up losing anyway. I also think that, it might be a silver lining for them to just take a couple L's, fall in the standings, and let the chips fall where they may, see who's healthy, see who they draw. Like, we have been pretty much reserved to they're going to be the 3 seed, they're going to be the 3 seed, they're going to be the 3 seed. It might be better for them to fall into that 4 or 5 spot and draw the Bucks or the Pacers in the first round, and then in the second round, potentially face the Cavaliers, who, the narrative is they haven't done it in the playoffs yet. There's familiarity there. The Knicks had knocked them out, and can they turn it on in the playoffs? Will they be what they've been, in the regular season? 888-808-1019. As the Geno Smith stuff has come out too, and I'm just reading reaction and stuff online, with Geno Smith's age and with the fact that, like, this is a new regime completely for the Raiders. We've been doing a lot of talk here in New York about having, Aaron Rodgers as the stopgap and drafting a young quarterback, or having Tyrod Taylor there and drafting a young quarterback, having a veteran in the room that a young guy can learn from. I wouldn't rule out the Raiders drafting a quarterback still. It's a quarterback-driven league, and Geno Smith at 34. I don't know. They're probably not this regime. I can't call it though because Pete Carroll is old. How long is Pete Carroll going to coach? We don't know what they're going to do. We can't rule out that, okay, they got Geno Smith. Like, that's just a smart move. They've had some of the worst quarterback play in the league. You know, they just told Gardner Minshew to hit the road. They can't be relying on Aiden O'Connell. Like, these dudes actually picked up and started Desmond Ridder. Desmond Ridder is arguably the worst quarterback that has taken snaps in the last couple years in the NFL. 888-808-1019. Still going through, all the releases and cuts. Again, Connor Hughes will join us at 9:15 to talk NFL. But breaking news, Geno Smith is traded from the Seattle Seahawks to the Las Vegas Raiders for a 2025 third-round pick. And so now you start to wonder whether the Raiders will use their 6th overall pick on a Shedeur Sanders or try to trade up or what's going to happen there. But at least now they have an actual NFL quarterback in the building. 888-808-1019. Connor is in Monmouth County on the Fan in New York. What's up, Connor?
Keith, what's going on, man?
You know, a lot of things kind of moving around tonight. Going to talk about them, though.
Absolutely. You're making 07712 proud.
Sure thing.
Sure. Yeah. I want to get off Draymond because this is exactly what he wants, is everyone talking about him being the bully. So,
you're right. Yep, you're right. I just plugged his podcast a bunch of times.
Yeah, but everyone's been doing it all day, so it's not you. Listen, I just want to put like a little bit of a light note on everything. I'm 26 years old. I don't remember much. I'm a lifelong Giants fan. I know you're a Dallas Cowgirl fan. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry as well. Yeah, I can't shake it. They don't forget. People don't forget.
Absolutely not. But my dad's been splitting seasons since the 80s, and I was going through some Giants stuff, trying to make myself a little happy with what's been going on. But I saw a calendar from 1999 of Tiki Barber wearing like the fake LT, like totally blacked out visor, and I've never seen that before on Tiki. And I just wanted to get your comment if you remember him ever wearing that, because it's my pop, and he was like, I don't even remember Tiki wearing that
in a game.
It was actually on the, if you look up the 99, what they gave out to the fans, or it must have been season ticket holders. I think it was September. He's wearing a black, it was on Big Blue VCR. I saw the tweet out and actually looked in my dad's calendars and he had it. And I've never seen Tiki wearing the blacked out visor, the fake LT, so I just wanted to get your take on that. Thank you, bro.
Thanks for the call, Connor. Yeah, I'm trying to visualize it. I feel like maybe I have. Because Tiki wore the 2-bar, 3-bar face mask, the 2 bars up top, the 3 across the grill. And, picturing him with the visor, you picture like LaDainian Tomlinson, you picture like Clinton Portis. I don't know. I'm sure Tiki tried it at some point. 1999. I should have told Connor, tag me on Twitter if you use Twitter. What do you say? 1999 Jets, like, giveaway or Giants giveaway. I don't know. Tiki, call in and tell us what made you put the visor on. Was it Oakley coming out with those? Was it a sunny day? Was it a cool thing? Did you get poked in the eye through your face mask and say, no more of this? Vinny out on Long Island. What's up, Vinny? You're on the Fan.
Hey, Keith, how are you?
I'm good in here watching NBA Countdown. Probably get the Devils on. Gonna host a show as well.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I actually called in. I don't usually call to talk hockey, but Brock Nelson, I'm a big Islander fan, and Brock Nelson was traded today. And I think it was a really good move for the Islanders. They do have to get a little bit younger. I actually would have liked to seen them make a couple other moves and cash in on some resources that they have that are appreciating. But Brock Nelson was a great Islander, and I think about I'm 36 and grew up with some really bad Islander teams, and my dad and I had season tickets at the Coliseum that was falling apart, and they went through some pretty tough years, and obviously Tavares got there and he was a big part of the turnaround, but Brock Nelson was a huge part of that, and he showed up every night. Guy played hard, great professional, and really would hope to see his jersey up in the rafters someday, because I look up there, I see all the guys that were before my time But I really feel that Brock Nelson was one of my guys who actually stuck around. So sad to see him go, but definitely a good move for the Islanders.
Yeah, end of an era.
More point. And when it comes to the NFL draft, I'm a big Jets fan, and I do, I look at their positioning right now. Obviously, not great positioning, but understand it would take a big haul to get up to one or two to get one of these quarterbacks. But I think that where this franchise is stuck in the mud, especially with the new regime, and having some resources and having some chips to play around with, I think this is the time to go all in and make that move if you really like one of these quarterbacks. And just want to hear what you think about that. And have a great night.
Thanks for the call, Vinny. I don't know. There's a lot of reports saying that they're comfortable with Tyrod Taylor and giving him a shot. This might be one of Tyrod Taylor's last opportunities to start in the NFL. But like you said, right, it's a new regime. And I know people already are very critical of them for moving on from Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams and how they've kind of handled these early on moves. But I feel like these were necessary moves that they had to make. If they're able to trade up to go get a Cam Ward, go for it, or Shedeur Sanders, go for it. Because, I've been saying these last couple of weeks about the Giants, how long they've waited here to do, their due diligence to get their own quarterback. They inherited Daniel Jones and then fell into, giving him a big contract. You got to complete the holy trinity: GM, head coach, quarterback. You want those three guys to be rocking together. And if you could start in year one and have a veteran like Tyrod Taylor there, and even have another guy waiting in the wings like Jordan Travis, go ahead and go for it. But there's so much conversation about this draft class not being that deep with quarterbacks, and these guys at the top of the draft, even including a Jackson Dart, not being surefire, can't miss prospects. So it's a huge risk. If you're coming in and the first thing you do is give up capital to go get a Shedeur Sanders or a Cam Ward and they don't pan out, then you're going to start off behind the eight ball. Like, I don't know. I do think they should be somewhat reserved here. I do think that they can wait to draft the quarterback in this draft, a young quarterback, and just take the best available. They have other holes. They have other needs. Take the best available at 7 and then see what quarterbacks fall in the second round. And if you want to jump on a young guy to bring in with your new regime, then I think that's just a better way to go about it. I think it's a huge gamble and roll of the dice coming in as a new GM and new head coach saying, yup, we're going for it. Like, it's not like last year's draft, where there were 4 or 5 guys that played in the NFL last year that are going to be franchise quarterbacks. Like, it wasn't like that class where you're like, oh, we got to try and get a Jaden Daniels or a Bo Nix or Michael Penix Jr., Caleb Williams, Drake May. I think this is a draft where you sit back. And I think this is a free agency where, we'll talk about it with Connor Hughes a little bit. The word on the street with Justin Fields is that he doesn't want to stay in Pittsburgh because he doesn't trust them. He doesn't trust that they're going to give him the opportunity to be the starter. He probably saw what happened to my guy, Kenny Pickett, right? Kenny Pickett got drafted over there, thought that he was going to be the outright starter, and they kind of played around with him. That's how Kenny, got upset, and they ended up trading him to the Eagles. And then Kenny gets to live his dream as a guy that grew up as an Eagles fan. He gets to go all the way to the Super Bowl, get in the Super Bowl, and win a Super Bowl with the Eagles, even as a backup. That's still pretty cool. Steelers weren't getting there. But what I'm saying is Justin Fields, there's been a lot of rumors of reuniting him and Garrett Wilson with the Jets, and I think he could come in and beat out Tyrod Taylor. So, I'd keep an ear to the street with that. Maybe you bring in Justin Fields, have him compete with Tyrod, and draft a quarterback a little bit later. Mike is in Clifton Park, New York on the Fan. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how's it going? So listen, I want to give Carl and Anthony Towns and Leon Rose a little love. So I know he was out for personal reasons, Carl Anthony Towns, and at the time we didn't really know why. And I looked up at his mom actually got sick 4 years ago in March with COVID, and a month later she passed away. But I know it turned out he was out for other reasons.
I didn't know that, but thank you for bringing that to the forefront. Like, death anniversaries are really tough, and that combined with having to go to the funeral and mourning the loss of a friend, like that's a lot for a guy to process and handle.
Yeah, it is. And I want to give Leon Rose some love too, because listen, the hardest thing to do is is to get a 1A to your 1. And he took a big risk. He traded big pieces away to get Cat, but now they have Brunson and Cat. I remember so many years Patrick Ewing didn't have anyone next to him with that level of talent. It may have cost the Knicks this year because their bench is wiped out. But that was a move you had to make. So maybe one step back a little bit, but they have to reinforce it in the offseason, and let's go from there. And thanks, Keith, for the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks for the call, Mike. You know what I was having a conversation with one of my homies about? I always bring this up on air too. The law of the garden. And I know it's not a real thing, but we always talk about what comes up must come down, or one goes up and the other comes down. And like, what if this is the year that the Johnnies make it to the Final Four? What if this is the year they win the tournament, the Big East tournament, and then they make a run to the Final Four, and like New York is hyper focused on them and rallying around St. John's, and the Knicks kind of use this year as a building block year, which, you know, very early in the season, I'm like, I don't see them winning this year. It's a new team. It's so much of a new group, right? It's you add Karl Anthony Towns after you add Mikal Bridges and the departure of some other guys, and like, you know, I'm like, it's such a new group. They don't have the chemistry to rock with some of these other teams, like the Cavs, like the Celtics, like OKC, or even like, you know, obviously, like when you look at Luka and Bron, yeah, they're new together, but they're two of the like greatest in the game, and they figured out very quickly how to play together. But when you look at OKC or Boston, like Boston has guys that they drafted and developed. Those guys know where they are on the floor. I just feel like this year for the Knicks was hyped as championship, right? We got the last Infinity Stone. I said last night we thought Mikal Bridges was the last Infinity Stone. Turns out he's just a rhinestone. Go ahead, Paulie.
Yeah, no, I mean, in that case, like Bridges is nowhere close. He's maybe a third guy or fourth guy on a top team, maybe. But
I would trade his ass. I might consider getting him up out of here and being like, hey, we messed up. We could do better.
Well, the issue that the Knicks have, and if you're the Knicks, do you even want Jalen Brunson playing before the postseason?
No, for what?
Not right. No. Bring him back a week, 2 weeks before, so he gets his legs under him. That's fine.
2 games.
You make sure that dude is healthy as can be for the postseason. And Karl Anthony Towns is going to have to go through the same thing, because whatever he's going through personally, that's one thing. His knee has been messed up for a year.
Yeah.
No Jalen Brunson. That dude's a gamer. He's going to want to play, and a lot of pressure mentally and physically, which is more important, is going to be put on Karl Anthony Towns the next 2 to 3 weeks.
And what if, you know, with the stress and the pressure and playing harder, he tweaks his knee and you lose him? Then you pack it up completely, like the Mavericks right now.
But that Josh Hart's going to get banged up. That dude just goes crazy. So the Knicks are going to have a massive, massive situation coming up. We're not even focused on can they win or can they lose. Can they stay healthy enough, which is what everyone says. Now, this has nothing to do with Tom Thibodeau, but what everyone says about Tom Thibodeau coach teams is they're never healthy enough to win in the postseason. They can never stay healthy. He runs his guys in the ground. This, that, the other thing.
Yeah.
But again.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Like Brunson, we all saw it. He got hurt stepping on Austin Reeves and his foot cranked. That's got nothing to do with minutes. That's just.
I agree with that. Obviously, nothing to do with Tibbs, but that is a weird factor that every single time it happens.
Yeah, it happens in the NBA, period. Like I just mentioned the Mavericks. I remember jokingly calling the Mavericks the Dallas Mav Knicks. You know, Kyrie just tore his ACL stepping on Valanciunas. And people wanted to come out and say, oh, it's Jason Kidd's fault for playing him too many minutes after they traded Luka. Well, you had to do that one. And that's not an injury that comes from fatigue. That's a fluke injury by not landing properly. I don't know. 888-808-1019. We got to take a break right here. When we come back, man, I'm going to sprinkle in that Juan Soto conversation. I'm getting so tired of it already. How long is it going to take? You know, I heard Big Mac say about Saquon Barkley, like, how long until Saquon Barkley is an Eagle and we can stop talking about him as a Giant? Like, now I'm starting to feel that with Juan Soto. How long until Juan Soto is a Met and we can stop talking about Juan Soto's one measly year as a Yankee? I know it wasn't measly. He had a great year. It was third in MVP voting and they went to the World Series. But I'm telling you, in 5-10 years, We're not going to be harping on that, or will we? Some Yankee fans will. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. I don't hate the Mets. Okay. Yo, chat. What up? Let me see. This is always tricky, right? Because I obviously have to host a live radio show, but I'm also hosting a live stream, so I try to be in the chat. But I know you guys aren't going too crazy. Yo, what up?
What's good? Oh.
No, you got it. Trying to help out. Appreciate it. And like tonight is a show where like there isn't one dominant story, there isn't one dominant thing going on. So like I'm talking about everything. Like I just put out, if a lot of you are watching on Twitter, and I just put out the tweet, like, if you don't mind, I'm going to talk about all the sports. If you don't mind, I would talk about everything, because there's not one driving, excuse me. Went to sleep at like, I did the show last night till 2 a.m. I went to sleep at like 2:45, 3. And then my son starts tweaking around 7 a.m. and I just got out of bed at like 7:51, like whatever, yo, got to start the day. But yeah, what I'm saying is like, it's a sports talk show, and I'm solo, and I'm taking calls. I got calls right now on NBA popularity, Aaron Rodgers landing spot, Geno Smith, NFL draft, and the New York Knicks. So my job is to kind of navigate those conversations and flow one into another, and then tap in a caller, but then also engage with you guys that are watching live. Stanton should not play in the games. He is still hurt. Yeah. He ain't going to play. Why is it strange when a fan changes their favorite teams when the people who play the games and coach the teams do it all the time? Yeah. They have no allegiance to cities. They get traded. They force trades. But yet as a fan, we are told that we have to stay loyal, ride or die, can't switch sides. Like, you might be referring to me being like, yeah, I'm a Cowboys fan, and I admit I'm a Cowboys fan, and I did that as soon as I got on air. I'm like, I'm not ashamed of it. Well, maybe I am ashamed of it, but like, I can't change it. I can try and tone it down, but people don't forget. People don't forget, like, yo, you're not a Giants fan, you're not a Jets fan. I'm like, no, I grew up rooting for the Dallas Cowboys, so it is what it is. Let me get this Devils game on in here if I can. That reminds me, I had a text. What else, y'all? Got the Devils game on now. Yo, get these bots out the chat, bro. These Twitch bots is doing the most. All right, let's see here. What else did they talk about today? Juan Soto. Did Juan Soto take less money? Who cares? Everybody cares. So when we come back, just to give you some like inside baseball, right? I have a Mets reporter joining us at 8:15. So I will sprinkle in the Juan Soto conversation and then talk Mets with her, talk the Mets house with her. Yo, 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 yo. Right back at it on the Fan in New York, 101.9 FM, and streaming on the free Odyssey app. Your nighttime host, Keith McPherson, taking calls, talking sports. Gonna bring in a few guests in about a half hour. Laura Albanese will join us to talk Mets. She was at the Mets house pop-up today. I thought about going. I was in the city today, but I literally was in the city today with a pinstripe Yankee hat on, a Yankee shirt, Yankees hoodie, my Yankee jacket. And I'm like, I want to see what this pop-up Mets team store activation looks like, but I can't go over there like this. I'm not that guy. But I am the guy to bring up this Juan Soto stuff. So this was Juan Soto week, right? Again, every week is Juan Soto week. What are we talking about? It's been Juan Soto. Juan Soto is the song that doesn't end, him and Aaron Rodgers, right? But I say this was Juan Soto week because this was a week where the rivalry kicked back up over Juan Soto. Just when you think Yankee fans are over it, just when you think, you've seen Juan Soto in the Mets uniform, seen some spring training games, he's a Met. Juan Soto is a Met. It's real. This is his team forever. He's home. First, we get the report from Andy Martino that Juan Soto said he misses the Yankees and enjoyed his experience and whatever. I don't know. I ain't hear no audio. So if I don't hear Juan Soto say it, then I can't. I guess I'll take your word for it. But I'm not really playing that much into that one. So I didn't spend much time on that this week. But who cares? Then Juan Soto misplays a ball in right field last night. And Yankees Twitter could not wait to say, told you, he can't field. DH, we're not going to miss this. And I'm like, here come the Mets fans with cope, salty, cry. And I actually took Juan Soto's side. I'm like, hey, come on. I know Juan Soto's going to give us plenty bloopers over the next 5 years that he's in right field, in Citi Field. But this one, I'm like, that ball was smoked. It's spring training. The guy's not going balls to the wall, literally running into the wall to make that play. He misread it, yeah, but so what? Yankee fans the amount of Yankee fans. I had to mute the tweet. Yankee fans that couldn't catch a fly ball, damn near probably couldn't catch a pop up. That ball was smoked. Telling you, oh, look at his feet. Look at all these. Everybody turns into a major league coach when it comes to grading Juan Soto's performance. And I'm like, this is gonna suck. Juan Soto's got to be perfect. Everything Juan Soto does in this city now, he's got half the city rooting for him to fail. 888-808-1019. So this was Juan Soto week to fire up the rivalry again. And then today I see an interview in Espanol where Juan Soto's talking to a young gentleman, and he tells this gentleman, actually, everyone says that, I went to the highest bidder, but there were 5 teams involved and 2 teams offered more money than the Mets. And I don't know. My Spanish is rusty. I took advanced Spanish in high school. I also took some in college. I didn't follow the whole interview, but for me, I just was like, a few months later, like the SpongeBob meme, a few moments later. This was so much later. This was 4 months after the fact. How come this wasn't reported? How come this didn't come out? How come we weren't told about this? How come John Heyman didn't write an article about, hey, Juan Soto picked the Mets and, the Boston Red Sox and, Toronto Blue Jays offered more. We know the Yankees didn't offer more. But again, I arrive at, who cares? Juan Soto, you don't have to save face. You don't have to save money. You have so much money, it's going to save itself for your grandkids' grandkids. What is the shame in saying, I took the best deal for the Supreme Court of Soto. And that's the thing, right? They're saying it is a family vibe. I saw Howie Rose lean in, Andy Martino lean in. Like, no, guys, listen. It's not the money. It's the familyness. It's the family vibes. The Mets are a family welcoming place. Alex Cohen. I'm just like, oh my, like, how long are we going to do this? We get it. You also got a suite and 4 premium tickets for your famous reggaeton singer friends, and you got a clothing allowance. Like, were all of these other teams throwing that in? No, Juan Soto is a family man. He made the best decision for his family that was probably already here in New York. That's a big factor too, right? We don't have to relocate. We don't have to go very far. We don't have to go across the border to Canada. We don't have to go up, shipping up to Boston. But ultimately, dude, like, we know the Steve Cohen contract, and shout out to David Stearns, who probably helped structure that contract, and the AAV going up and the incentives. If you win MVP, and now the odds are out, Juan Soto is one of the favorites to win MVP. Juan Soto is actually, I think, MLB.com, Juan Soto comes in ahead of Shohei Ohtani as a favorite for the 2025 National League MVP. What is the harm in this point now? It has been months. What is the harm in saying, man, I took the highest offer. I was always going to the highest bidder, and this was the best for my family, and it was the most money.
A lot of Yankee fans don't need to like the truth, but
a lot of baseball fans don't want to accept this as truth. That's what I'm seeing too.
And that's the part that that Mets fans have to understand, is that the Mets organization has been perceived to be a joke before Steve Cohen. That was the perception.
Yeah. Like, why in the world would you choose that joke of a franchise?
So Yankee fans, baseball fans aren't used to the fact that a 26-year-old Hall of Famer who might be the best free agent to come out in the last 20 years said, you know what? I don't care about the money. Yes, I'm making $800 million probably wherever I go, and that's more than enough, but I think I could win the most in Queens. That's it. That is it. He thinks he could win with the Mets more than any other team. That's what it comes down to. I don't want to talk about this either. Martino tweeting that, and again, you saw the tweet regarding this person, and this is Martino, per sources with direct knowledge, it was clear that multiple teams, including Boston, had a willingness to exceed the high offer if they knew Soto would agree. So if they knew Soto would say yes, they would have went for $850 million, whatever. It's okay. He chose the Mets. He wanted to be a Met. That's the end of the discussion. He wanted to be a Met.
And I'm fine with that, honestly. Like, at this point, like,
normal human.
It's as I'm saying, it's just so corny. How long are we going to do this? Juan Soto's going to crack a smile on opening day, and they're going to be like, he's not really happy. He's pretending, just like he pretended in right field with the Yankees. Juan Soto's all about himself.
To be fair, he also didn't go out and say this by himself. He was asked. And he was asked. It's not like he wanted to get this out there. He was asked, and we can only take him at face value. I can't assume that he's lying. That's ridiculous. So I can only take him at face value. And if the Spanish translation was correct in the video, and I have no reason to believe it wasn't, then I'm going to take him at his face word that other teams offered more money, but he wanted to be a Met. That's it. He wanted to be a Met. It's okay. This never happened to the Mets. This never, ever happened. It's just never.
Welcome to the future. The Yankees have beards. They stopped playing New York after losses. And one of the best players in the sport wanted to be a Met. It's crazy, right? We knew we'd get here one day, right?
Anything away from the Yankees, by the way. It's not like the Yankees aren't in the basement. The Yankees have a top 5.
Hey, well, from what I gather, the Yankees are going out of business now that Juan Soto, rather be across town.
I'd much rather be concerned with the situation of Giancarlo Stanton and Luis Gil and what they're going to do to replace that offense with the missing offense and DJ LeMahieu. I would be concerned about that if I was a Yankee fan. The last thing, what the hell Juan Soto chose 3 months ago, like you just said. The last thing on my mind would be that.
Yeah. Luis Gil, Scott Efros, Clark Schmidt, Tyler Matzik. I'm not on that Juan Soto stuff. I'm really not. But this was the week where I'm like, man, this stuff is just going to continue on And it's gonna be, I don't know, it's gonna be exhausting as radio hosts. We're gonna have to react to this nonsense all the time. 888-808-1019, 1 hour down, 4 hours to go. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I will be right back. Nobody likes Draymond but himself. Maybe his mom. All right, let me get some Laura Albanese tweets in here. Oh, excuse me. I got the burps, yo. I know you can't really hear them, but I can feel them. I'm gonna watch this. The Mets house. Doc Gooden, Todd Thiel. All the Mets hats you could possibly want. Every kind of Mets hat ever made. Stuffed animals, jerseys. I just can't get jiggy with the Mets colors, bro. Never, ever, 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 ever. I'm such a Yank. Like, I love the Yankees, like, colors and jerseys and color scheme and look. I look at the Mets, I'm like, I would never rock that, bro. I would never be able to get jiggy with that. I could not pull that off, bro. Like, when it comes to the Yankee gear, I put that on. Mr. Met and Mrs. Met outside dancing. All right. And these bots be all on me. What the hell? Like, these bots be on me every day. I think I got a good amount of followers. I'm about to hit 40K, but it's like, how many of these are BOTs? Check this bot out, bruh. Check this bot out. These bots be on my page. Heavy.
How's the chat going?
Good. You know, some people are home and stationary and they'll watch and interact and they're not in the car. All right. Where are my blue light glasses, man?
I never thought those worked.
You know what they do for me?
Yeah.
I don't have so many of those spots at night when I go to sleep when I get out of here.
Well,
These lights are so bright in here. And then, like, trying to go home, there's so many nights like that I used to just be like I can't, like, fall into darkness. I can't fall asleep.
The day I leave here, I'm turning off my phone for at least a day.
I that's when you said John Morant was talking about how he hates social media and he only has it for you know, sponsors and stuff. There's so many people that are like, if I could not do this, I would not.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Laura Albanese is going to join me to talk Mets.
All right.
You get a load of that Mets house in Union Square? Did you see any clips of that?
I saw it on TV.
Say that Mets game isn't on SNY, right?
I got no Mets this year, so I'm just a fan.
Yeah, no, they've been showing Mets Classic.
I meant the post game.
Oh, you're not doing any of those?
No.
Why? How do you know already?
Told me the other day. Between us.
They hired a younger person?
Just cutting.
Oh. No, trust me, I know. I randomly think about Sweeney Murdy all the time. I'm like, I love Sweeney. Sweeney's one of my favorites for years, and I like the way Sweeney just.
Yeah. Good evening at 8:01. This is Rich Ackerman. The Knicks opened their road trip by running into a buzzsaw on the Red Hot Lakers, who won their 8th in a row last night. The Knicks will try to recover from that loss against the Clippers, and Jalen Brunson sitting this one out with a sprained ankle. He'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks. St. John's finishes the regular season tomorrow at Marquette. Davon Smith will miss that game with a shoulder injury. Rick Pitino said there's a chance he doesn't play in the Big East tournament, but doesn't know for sure. Ex-Jet Geno Smith reuniting with Pete Carroll in Las Vegas as the Seahawks sent the 34-year-old to the Raiders for a third-round pick. Yankees currently leading the Blue Jays 3-1 in the fifth. Austin Wells homered to lead off the game. Cody Bellinger also went deep in the first inning. Mets and Nationals are tied at 4 in the seventh. Paul Blackburn hit a wall in the third, allowing homers to C.J. Abrams and James Wood after 2 scoreless innings. NHL action tonight locally. The Devils trail the Jets 1-0 second period underway in Newark. And the Rangers and Urho Vakanainen come to terms on a 2-year extension. They also acquire Nicholas Aube-Kubel from the Sabres for Eric Brandstrom. That's what's happening. I'm Rich Ackerman. All right, I'll see you next week.
All right. Have a good weekend.
Rosenberg is Act 3. Rosenberg.
Okay, inside the 8 p.m. hour on the Fan in New York, we got a couple minutes before my first guest joins us, Lauren Albanese, who covers your New York Metropolitans. Will chat with us about everything from Juan Soto to Brandon Sproat to the Mets house and spring training and, all that good stuff. But let's get these calls in. Thanks for holding. Thanks for waiting. Rocky is in Island Park on the Fan. What's up?
I want you to put your GM cap on. So real quick, see some of the NFL trade news. I think the Raiders are doing a good job reuniting Pete Carroll, obviously, with Geno Smith. I think that's a good pickup. A lot of people thought Max Crosby was going to re-sign with the Lions or like the next highest bidder. I think re-signing him to a 3-year, $106.5 million deal was phenomenal. He's the highest paid other than their quarterback. Seahawks in rebuild mode now. They released Tyron Lockett after 10th season, 61 touchdowns. And then shortly after, DK Metcalf, requested a trade. So same thing with the Jets, right? So they got rid of Rodgers, they released Devontae Adams, and then obviously now they told Alan Lazard he could seek a trade. So I want you to be a GM cap. I don't know, Tyrod Taylor, Jordan Davis. I don't think is the answer. I don't know what they're gonna do. But even if they gave up their trade picks and moved up and got like a Cam Ward. Don't you think there's so many holes on the offenses and both sides of the ball that I don't know if they can do, anything? And then same thing with the Giants. Like, what do they do at this point? I just want to get your opinion, Keith.
Thanks for the call, Rocky. Yeah, first thing you said about reuniting Pete Carroll and Geno Smith, that in-game experience, that film room experience, that dynamic of a head coach quarterback being on the same page. It's hard to just go into a month of camp and, be off and running with that. So it's good that they figured that out. Obviously, Tom Brady might have had a say in something like that. And then, I say that to say this, with the Jets, right? This is going to be a first-year offensive coordinator, a first-year head coach with Tyrod Taylor right now. It seems mid at best. It doesn't excite you. And then, like you also said about all the holes, like they have one solid receiver. They could use another lineman, maybe two, because they always need depth. They need a linebacker. They need a corner. They need another safety. Like, there's so many holes for the Jets. They do have a lot of talent and some guys coming back, but man, they need a masterful draft, and they need to, get some guys in free agency. And obviously the most important position is the quarterback. That's what the Giants are struggling with. But I'm looking at the Giants like, they're set up. We heard that Tommy DeVito is back. He'll be your practice arm. He'll be the third string guy, and he's a vibes guy. Clearly guys like him on the team, and fans love him because he's one of us. He's a local guy. And they're set up here to bring Aaron Rodgers in. And I know we keep hearing all this motivated Aaron Rodgers, right? Because he wants to, stick it to the Jets, whatever. But you're getting a football savant. You're getting, I know with all of the other baggage and things that come with it, I think they're looking at it like, whatever. We're getting a guy with a ton of football knowledge that when we do trade up and draft Cam Ward, or if that doesn't happen and we get Shedeur Sanders. I mean, I think that's crazy though. Like I talked about it the other night. Bill Parcells doesn't want celebrity quarterbacks. You put Shedeur Sanders and Aaron Rodgers in the same QB room. I don't know how you fit their heads into the same QB room. Those are two celebrity quarterbacks. I don't know how that works, but I think the Giants are more inclined to go get Cam Ward, and they have a ton of holes too. They need another masterful draft. Joe Schoen has to win back the fan base with hitting on, another 6 picks in the draft or so. And we'll see really soon. 888-808-1019. The quarterback is the most important. Now we have 2 quarterback needy teams, but they can't give up too much for the quarterback. And especially in this draft class and this weak free agency, there's no can't miss options there. They need to plug holes on offense and defense. Roy is in Middletown. Roy, you're on the Fan.
Hey, good evening, Pete. Thanks for taking a call. Great show as always. Maybe I'm in the minority, maybe I'm not, but I still think that Aaron's got something left in the tank. And let me ask you this. If the Vikings don't sign Sam back, okay, and you have JJ, right, that you drafted last year, right, wouldn't it make sense for both sides of the spectrum trying to get Aaron Rodgers, who Aaron would want to go to a team that to go out as a winner? The Vikings can win right now. Have JJ sit behind Aaron and just tell Aaron, try to make a deal where you get the guy Aaron for a year. I just don't think he's going to go to the Giants. I think he wants to go where he can win and go out as a winner. What's your opinion on that?
Yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the call, Roy. I think he does want to be a Giant. I was listening to Art Stapleton on Pat McAfee, and now, the word is that they've been negotiating. They've been in talks. Aaron Rodgers camp reached out to the Giants. It just makes sense. He's got a home here in New Jersey. Like, I know he's rich and can go buy a place or rent a place in Minnesota, but like maybe he's got too much green in his blood. Maybe he doesn't want to follow in the exact path of Brett Favre and go to Minnesota. Yes, in theory, him joining the Vikings, a contender, indoor team, sure. But I also lean into Sam Darnold. And that video of Sam Darnold's teammates embracing him and pouring the water on him, it's hard to let that guy leave your locker room. There's talks about them potentially franchise tagging Sam Darnold, and now there's also talks about them potentially shopping J.J. McCarthy or at least listening on deals with J.J. McCarthy. J.J. McCarthy's not ready. A Vikings team that has had success recently, they can't just plug and play anybody at quarterback. I know they have in the past, whether it's Kirk Cousins or Josh Dobbs or Nick Mullins. What Sam Darnold did this year, I think they're going to want to try and build on. And I don't think they're going to want to lose his presence in that locker room. I think they're going to figure out a deal. And I think Sam Darnold is inclined to go there. He was never going back to MetLife Stadium to be a Jet or a Giant. I think he wants to stay there. And now I had pointed to the Raiders, right? I'm like, oh, okay, he's a West Coast kid. He'd fare better in the dome. Maybe he'll go to the Raiders. No, he's not going to sign with the Raiders. The Raiders just made a move. So like, as we look at these teams and match them up, like Russell Wilson's not going to be a Raider. Aaron Rodgers is not going to be a Raider. Sam Darnold's not going to be a Raider. Geno Smith is. And, Aaron Rodgers is not going to go to the Rams like they rumored. Like Matt Stafford is back there. Aaron Rodgers is looking like a Giant. Matt Stafford is looking like a Minnesota Viking. And we'll see what happens with Russell Wilson, with Justin Fields, what the Pittsburgh Steelers end up doing. But both the Jets and the Giants, I think, have to draft their own. Pete is in Clifton on the Fan. Go for it, Pete.
Hey, what's up, man? Quick comment about that one comment you made earlier. I'm a Yankee fan, so I don't even know how Yankee fans can even comment about this drop ball in right field during spring training when you kind of dropping that ball in game 5.
And Jason Dominguez chasing balls around in left field.
Exactly, man. If me being a Yankee fan, I'm content where we're at right now. I'm not happy about it. I'm not super sad about it. I'm just kind of waiting to see what we do. But the Geno Smith trade today opens up opportunities for the Seahawks now to sign somebody. What do you think about them signing possibly like a Sam Darnold instead of the Vikings franchise attacking him? Or do you even see them reuniting back with Russell Wilson on a quick 2-year cheap veteran deal coming in and sitting behind?
No, the Seahawks are out. They're about to tank for next year's class. The Seahawks, I don't know. I don't see that. I don't see Russell wanting to go back there. I don't see them making. They're trying to get DK up out of there. They know that they're not doing anything. I think that they're trying to reset and rebuild.
I agree. I thought maybe possibly they might make a round in a later draft, maybe like somebody that made a lot of noise in the combine, like a Jackson Dart really like killed it during the combine. But as opposed to that, now with the Raiders picking up, do you think that puts the Raiders basically out in the run for possibly drafting like a Shedeur Sanders or a Cam Ward? Or do you think they're still in the running to draft at the top of the draft?
I think they could still possibly draft a young quarterback. Thanks for the call, Pete. We're going to go to break here, but in my open, that's what I leaned into. We got the breaking news right at 7:00, and I looked at Gino and I said, former Jet, former Giant, what are the implications here? How does this affect the draft with Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, right? Because they're picking, Las Vegas is picking 6 overall, but I also leaned into Gino being a guy with a ton of experience, being a backup, being a starter, fighting in the league, being 34, being in the league for a decade. And, this regime, yeah, Pete Carroll is old, but I still think they could take a young quarterback, especially with Tom Brady there. They could still very much be in play for a Shedeur Sanders if he falls to them, or they could try and trade up. And, that's how this impacts the Giants and the Jets. Like, all these teams are still looking for quarterbacks. And when you look at the Giants and the Jets, right, the Raiders now have their veteran in the room. The Jets have their veteran in the room in Tyrod. The Giants have their veteran potentially coming to the room in Aaron Rodgers, but all of them still have to look down the road and try and get a Cam Ward, Shedeur Sanders, or Jackson Dart. They very well could. I mean, the run on quarterbacks always happens. All 3 of those teams could potentially take a quarterback. The Titans, the Browns could also try and take a quarterback. So 888-808-1019. Joining us in the next couple of minutes is Laura Albanese, so we can talk more about Juan Soto, about the Mets, about spring training, and all of that good stuff. Stay on the line if you're on the line. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back. Yeah. Oh man, it's just always a ton of stuff going on, chat. At least my chat is cool right now. Some of y'all are just watching and observing and not talking. That's okay. As we get later in the night, I'll be able to interact with more of the chat, yo. Oh, I'm tired always. Laura Albany's about to join us right now. Let me line up my Mets talk for her. As the Mets are tied 4-4 in the bottom of the 8th against the Nationals down in spring training. Yeah, I got to talk to her about Vladdy too. Vladdy is tweaking, huh, with this contract. Some of the stuff came out about how much money Vladdy wants. Let me get to that. Okay, here we go. Quick 10, 15 minutes with Laura Albanese right here. Okay, joining us right now, covering the New York Mets for Newsday. You've seen her on Baseball Night in New York, SNY. I've had her on before. Welcome back to the Fan, Laura Albanese. Yeah, I was following your tweets, and I got to start with the Mets house pop-up in Union Square. I was saying how, I was in the city today, and I was like, do I go over there? But I was in full Yankee gear, and I was like, no, I should stay away.
It was definitely full of like Mets diehards. I got there at 11 a.m. and these guys had been lining up since 5:30 in the morning.
I heard that too. I'm like, it opened at 11, so I'm like, I don't know. This is New York. People are used to lining up in the streets, and I mean, there's so much of a buzz. And the way that they kind of teased this was cool. It was like, bits and pieces were coming out, and I don't know. I saw it, and I'm like, they've got all these hats and stuffed animals. It looked like a big party. I feel like there's a great buzz around Mets fans. Did you talk to any fans? Is there a vibe right now in all your years of covering the Mets? Does this feel a little bit different?
There's definitely a sense of like the biggest issue, and not even I wouldn't even call it an issue, but like the biggest like different thing is like there's a sense of optimism. And since I've been covering the Mets, which basically started in 2014, like even in the 2015 season, going into it, the sense of optimism wasn't really there, but people are going to these stores. They're excited. They are buying all the gear. Like, this stuff it is not cheap. And they were just like stocking up. Doc Gooden was there. Todd Zeile was there. So they were all taking pictures with them. This Services Net was there. They played tippy trumpets as they cut the ribbon. So absolutely a feeling of just like, this could be the year for Mets fans, which could either go one of two ways, which is great. You get to have this wonderful season, you win the World Series, or absolute heartbreak. So that's going to be fun to watch.
Timmy Trumpets, OMG, there's a Ghost Fork song. We need El Alfa to make Juan Soto a new song. Last year, El Alfa had, Yankee, 22, Bronx, like this whole Yankee Soto shuffle song. And I mean, that's got to be discontinued now. But, I go to Juan Soto because that's a big reason for the buzz. Did you hear, Juan Soto was on a podcast and said, he picked the Mets and there were two other teams that actually offered him more. I was like, why wasn't this reported? This is news to me.
I was actually shocked about that because like as much as Juan Soto did seem like he wanted to stay in New York, my entire take was like, well, he's going to go where the money is. So the fact that two other teams offered him more money kind of floored me a little bit because he's already making a large chunk of change here. But I do think, that he was kind of enraptured by the kind of the aura that the Mets have, which is weird to say it's the Mets have aura, but last year they absolutely did. And you could tell from like some of the videos from spring training, he was having fun with Starling Marte, he's having fun with Francisco Lindor, he's having fun with Alvarez. So he feels like he is in his element right now, and I think he wanted that. In addition to that, having Steve Cohen as the owner and being like, hey, here's something for your family, here's something to support the people around you, that was obviously a really, really big deal. So, I mean, for Soto, I feel like once you get to a certain amount of money, like generational money, it starts making, it is not important to have an extra couple million. What is important is, am I going to be happy here for the next 15 years? And it seems like he is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you get to the years and like, hey, I'm here till I'm 40, and this is my like final destination. I've bopped around, 4 different teams now. Like, this is it. I think what the icing on the cake was, and I've said this tonight, the suite, like you mentioned, the clothing allowance for his mom, the 4 premium tickets, and the escalators in his contract where it's like, hey, we'll raise the AAV and we'll even give you bonuses if you end up, an all-star or an MVP. Like, I think David Stearns put together a masterful contract. And I think that Alex Cohen and Steve Cohen did present a good family vibe and culture. And then the team last year, they had fun. They had a ton of fun. And I don't leave out either the fact that Carlos Mendoza and, like you mentioned, Starling Marte, the video of, the Latin players, those guys having a good time. Like, it is okay to just say this, all things considered, was where Juan Soto wanted to be, and it made sense. It crossed off a lot of boxes.
Yeah, I agree. And that's not to say he didn't have fun with the Yankees last year, because I do think he did have fun with the Yankees. But I just think that when you're looking for something long-term, when you're thinking about where is this organization going to go in 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, you're looking at the owner. You're looking at just how they're trying to build something sustainable. And you're also looking especially at your quality of life. So the Yankees are a fantastic organization. I do think he, enjoyed a lot of different aspects of it. But there was a possibility that maybe the Mets gave him a little bit more flexibility. They gave him a little bit more of an opportunity to also be the one superstar. I'm not saying Francisco Lindor is not the superstar. He is the captain. But the Juan Soto kind of star power to be the one guy on that team, I think that's pretty tantalizing.
Yeah, I've said it a bunch of times. Juan Soto cannot become the greatest Yankee of all time. He might not even be able to crack the Mount Rushmore top 10. There's just so much Yankee history and legacy of records and championships and winning. But, I mean, he wins 1 World Series over there, and he, continues on his Hall of Fame pace. Like, he's going down in history as one of the greatest Mets of all time. We're on the phone right now with Laura Albany. She covers the Mets for Newsday. It isn't about the Yankees, but I just was saying tonight, I'm like, this is going to be a long season. It's going to take a full year of Juan Soto at bats and plays for Yankee fans to get over it. And Yankee fans were all over it when he misplayed that ball last night in right field, which for what I saw with my own eyes, I'm like, that's not an easy play to make. That ball was smoked. But I'm like, wow, Juan Soto, right? We talk so much about how he's unflappable. He's unfazed. He's got to be perfect, because he's got a whole other fan base in this city, in his own city that he's in. He's got a whole other fan base literally rooting for him to fail. So as soon as he goes 0 for 4, it's going to be loud. If he makes any mistakes in the field, it's going to be loud. If he goes into any type of slumps, it's going to be loud. What are you expecting from him in year 1? You think that's going to affect him at all?
I actually don't. And the only reason I don't is because I saw what he did with the Yankees last year. When he came to the Yankees, I thought that this was going to be incredible pressure for a guy who maybe was, Padres, you're talking about the Nationals. This is not the same type of media market. And what did he do? He rose to the occasion. There are certain caliber or certain personalities within players that revel and step up to the plate, literally and metaphorically, when it comes to having the pressure. And it feels like Soto kind of has that ingrained in his DNA. I feel like he is going to take that same energy that he brought last year, the same energy that he brings to the playoffs. The fact of the matter is that this guy, when he is confronted with the possibility of failing greatly in front of a large audience, simply decides, I'm not going to do that. It's kind of like that little bit of grit, that little bit of specialness that makes players capable of playing in New York. For a long time, we talked about, is the New York thing really a factor? Is the pressure really that much? But speaking to players, over the last couple of years, because I've personally been fascinated by this. Yeah, it is. I mean, you go from a media market where you are talking to the same 3 people, and it's in a newspaper, maybe there's 1 radio show and all these other things, and then you go to New York, where every single thing that you do, including screwing up something in spring training, gets magnified times infinity. And you either love that, and you say, okay, I cannot wait for people to say something, because what they're going to say that means is going to be great, or you hate that and you kind of crumble. And we have seen that with players where they just could not handle that sort of attention.
Yeah, Juan Soto doesn't wilt under pressure. Juan Soto walks into the pressure. He laughs at the pressure. He stares it in the face and he wins. He succeeds. I don't think he's going to be fazed by it at all. That contract, the thing is, all he's got to do is help the Mets win. That's what changes the narrative. All he's got to do is be a part of the next decade and a half, being a perennial postseason contender, winning games and changing the culture. And that's what all this stuff is. It's a rebrand, right? The Mets house, that's marketing. Steve Cohen coming out and saying that he wants people to show up. He didn't like where the attendance was. Well, they're doing the right things. They're signing the right players. They're, popping up with these activations. They're doing things like $5 Tuesdays. They have some great promotional giveaways. That's all in an effort to build off of what they did last year and get, fans into the building and get people to believe and come out. I really do believe it's the end of the LOL Mets, with them being a laughing stock or them being a joke, or like even how you said, like the optimism, right? There should be optimism. This is New York. I think it's better for business to have both New York teams be competitive. The next thing that I got to bring up is, Vladdy, right? We end up hearing today some of the details about Vladdy's contract that, he wanted like less than 15 years, but around 15 years, but less than $600 million. There's a lot of people pointing to Juan Soto's deal, and he came out and said it's much less than Soto. It was the same number of years, but it didn't reach $600 million. And there's a lot of people pointing to Steve Cohen, who's already actually been asked about this and spoke on it. Like, hey, is he next? We know that Vladdy and Soto are familiar. What do you think about Vladdy not getting a deal done with Toronto and potentially hitting free agency and the Mets striking again next year and saying, yep, we got the money to pay for this guy. Come on down.
I feel like some of his comments made it less likely that he would go to the Mets, believe it or not. I feel like anything close to 15 years, you already got this huge contract with Soto. You've got 10 years of Lindor. You've got 8 years of Brandon Nimmo. Steve Cohen has said over and over again that he kind of wants to build a team. He wants to build a franchise that can feed off of itself. And when you're feeding off of itself, it does not mean hitting the luxury tax threshold over and over and over again. It means developing young talent. So, all of this is dependent on, whether or not Vladimir can have a great season right now, because it could very much well be that he has kind of like an off season, and suddenly you're not looking at 15 years anymore. 15 years is the biggest thing. I do not think the money is as much of an issue as the length of the contract. So, first baseman, and in their year, like 35 to 40 years, that is a huge, huge risk when you have a bunch of prospects that you're trying to kind of like bring up through the ranks, and there could be someone better than him. So for me, I think, when Vlad is talking about this type of contract, it just does not feel like a fit for me for the Mets, regardless of how exceptionally talented he is. First baseman, that's not necessarily a position where I would invest that type of money.
No, I hear you. And like, I don't think that they're going to go back-to-back years with these 15-year contracts. They went out and got Pete, and we heard that Pete was talking to Toronto. Maybe, Pete has a big year, opts out, and he ends up going there, and who knows who signs Vladdy. Maybe the Dodgers defer some money and get Vladdy. But, I listened to David Stern speak. I can't stand them. I'm like, I hope we do lock out after 2026 so we can stop this loophole, and they can't keep doing this. They could not have this team without all the deferred money. And if they do go back to back, then like we're headed for a work stoppage. But I won't go too deep into that with you. I'll talk more about Stearns with you, and his emphasis on wanting his young players to get a shot. And obviously, fans are screaming, "Go sign Jose Quintana!" Right? Sean Manaea's hurt. Frankie Montas is hurt. We don't want to see Griffin Canning and Paul Blackburn. Go get Jose Quintana. Quintana signs with the Brewers. Go sign Jose Iglesias. We need OMG back. Come on. He had such a great year last year. We need the vibes back. And they stand pat and they say, no, he would be blocking our young infielders. And so now you are going to see, obviously, Mark Vientos get a second act at third base. And then you'll see Brett Beatty and Luis Angel Acuna. It goes back to what you're saying. I'll let you speak on it about building a franchise and not just throwing money around because you have the richest owner in the sport. You now have one of the smartest minds in the sport. There has to be a balance.
Yeah, and I think that was kind of the brilliance of how Steve Cohen, how the franchise built this, because you do have the money, and then you have a GM who's actually not that prone to spending that much money, because where David Stearns really, really shines is finding players in the margins. Maybe guys that you would not expect. Like we're looking at Clay Holmes, right? And we're seeing this guy who was a closer for the Yankees, started as a starter, as a rotation piece, and he sees the potential in that. Now, David Stearns built his reputation on building bullpens. He built his reputation on finding kind of the diamonds in the rough. And when you mix the both, when you mix the ability to correctly assess talent, and not only assess talent, but maybe look at that talent in a way that other people have not, and see potential rather than just see your past record. And then you throw in with, okay, we have like these kind of like fringe pieces that might turn into something great, but we also have the richest like single owner in baseball in terms of personal wealth. I mean, that's a pretty dynamic combination. So, I mean, I do believe that we're going to see some of this young talent kind of be allowed to develop and flourish. And I think that's one of the things that people underestimate with the Soto deal. It's like you look at him and you're like, okay, so this is a generational talent. This is a guy who is going to be with this team for a very long time. He's young. He continues this. He's Hall of Fame bound, all these other things. But the one thing with Soto that I noticed with the Yankees last year is how all the younger players, guys like Volpe, would be like, well, he's got this incredible plate awareness. He really studies the game a lot. He studies the art of hitting, and then he imparts this knowledge on others. So when you have a guy like Lindor who already does that, and now you have a guy like Soto, who's probably better at controlling the strike zone than the literal robo-umps, kind of helping these young players out, I think that could be like a sort of gift that, general populace doesn't quite grasp yet. I think he could help guys like Dentos. I think he could help guys like Alvarez, who really struggled with off-speed and breaking pitches last year, to kind of go to that next level.
Yeah, I've been trying to tell these people as a Yankee fan that watched it last year and paid close attention to what the younger players were saying. High tide raises all ships. Like, he is a culture changer. They will watch his work ethic. They will watch his BP. They will watch how he approaches his craft. You already are hearing it. Brandon Nimmo and Pete Alonso talking about, how consistent he is and what he does, how short he is to the ball, and how, his hips, and how he by osmosis, they just take this stuff in. So yeah, in the next decade and a half, these younger players will have him to learn from. And then obviously you have Lindor, potential captain. You have those two guys kind of leading the way. Everybody follows them and falls in line. I look at the Mets, and I obviously know winning is what has to happen to change it. But there's a rebrand happening here with this owner, with this president of baseball operations, and signing Juan Soto. They're on their way to being perennial contenders.
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, the only thing I'm looking at right now with this team is the rotation. That is what, if I am a fan, that is what I'm worried about.
Yeah, but you know what? I think their bullpen is so much stronger than it was last year. I think Mendoza now in another year at manager, he'll have a quick hook on some of those guys. And I think Manaea is going to be back sooner than we realize. Clay Holmes is going to turn a lot of heads. You just got to hope guys stay healthy. But, Stearns has this like calmness about his own depth and his own moves. You got to trust it. And you also got to trust it based off last year. What I always say about him is, he's in the passenger seat, but he's not passively, sitting there and watching the car crash. He's actively being a co-pilot. He's grabbing the wheel. He's steering this ship. And what I mean is Adrian Hauser, you're not getting it done. Goodbye. Guys like Jorge Lopez, you want to throw your glove into the stands. Goodbye. Joey Wendell, we signed you. We thought you could be serviceable. You're not serviceable. You're out of here. Like, they tweaked and changed that team. Even bringing up Jose Iglesias when they did, they tweaked and teetered with that team until that team got hot. And then once it got hot, like you move Lindor to leadoff. Once they figured some things out, they were just off and running. And I don't think that was by accident. I also don't think that was a fluke.
No, and I agree. And I think, there's kind of this wrong idea that because Steve Cohen is a Mets fan and grew up a Mets fan, and David Stearns grew up a Mets fan, that there's a sort of sentimentality to them. You do not become a billionaire by being sentimental about business decisions. So he knows what he is doing. He is not going to hold it. You saw it in the Pete Alonso negotiations. I mean, a Mets fan would just be like, oh, okay, just bring back Pete for
3 years, $90 million.
No, yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then what did they do? They waited and they waited and they waited. They knew how much Pete wanted to come back, and they got the deals they wanted. So when you're looking at, it's an interesting mix because sure, you, Steve Cohen, grew up a Mets fan. You, David Stearns, grew up a Mets fan. They are not treating this team as fans. they are treating this team as, how do we create a balanced lineup? How do we have a mix of high-paid players and these like little like reclamation projects? What we saw with Luis Severino, what we saw with Sean Manaea last year, and then how do we make sure that we can optimize what we have? And that is what they're doing. They're running it like a business. And for the longest time, the Mets were not run like a business, or if they were run like a poorly built business.
Yeah, I think obviously you can see their fandom and how many cool things they've done for the fans, whether it's the jerseys or Old Timers Day or putting the statue outside or, you know, like things like that. But what they're really doing for the fans is being smart businessmen and saying, trust us, give us some time, and over time, like, you're going to be really happy with this rebrand. That's what I look at it as. There's so many businesses that have to rebrand. There's so many companies that got to get like retrofitted or whatever. Like, that's what the Mets are going through. And I think fans are more than pleased with where they are with this team, and the owner and president of baseball operations together. They're a powerful duo. And like, again, I go back to, they got to win, right? The only thing, and this is the last thing I'll say before I let you go, the only thing that the Mets have to overcome is their own history, right? Their own curse or their own jersey or their own ballpark of like, LOL Mets, or oh no, the other shoe's about to drop. And I just think that they have enough solid players and a manager where like those days are about to be over. They do have a target on their back. They are going to, have teams gunning for them. They're not going to sneak up on anybody now, but this is New York. I think they're ready to be on the main stage.
I mean, we will see. Nothing matters until you win, and it's been 39 years. So we will see, because anything can happen in the baseball season.
Laura, thanks for joining us tonight. I appreciate the time. Go enjoy the rest of your Friday night.
Thank you. Thanks so much for having me.
888-808-1019 as the Mets lose 5-4 to the Washington Nationals down in spring training. And winning. That's the only thing. All of this stuff is great for now. Mets pop-up, Juan Soto interviews, Juan Soto jerseys, all this hype is great. But you know and I know, once baseball gets going, the baseball gods can be cruel. Like I just said to Laura, the Mets still have to overcome their own history, their own curse. They have to, get back to a World Series and win it for the first time in almost 40 years. Can they do it? That's why we watch, and that's why we talk about all this stuff. And that's why there's Rico Bronya podcasts, and that's why there's all of these Mets spaces, and that's why there's, all these other things popping up around the New York Mets. Welcome to the party. Welcome to Market One, New York City, where the Yankees have been forever. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. We got to break it down, and we'll be right back after this. All right, y'all. Okay. I end up having these guests, and then I go along with them because they're smart and they're good and they're insightful. But then I'm like, I got to get them up out of here because we got a break. And then I have another guest coming. So come back here and take some calls. And then Connor Hughes joins us at 9:15. If April, Jalen Brunson, they said he's out at least 2 weeks. So I wouldn't bring him back till April. Let's see, more from that Vladdy contract. Like, just because Vladdy is saying 14, 15 years to Toronto, who knows what he's going to get on the open market. He might end up right back there. And Guerrero is 25. Yeah, and like that luxury tax is a real thing, yo. That luxury tax is a real thing. The Mets are at like 333. Yeah, well, there's so much to be seen. The year that Vladdy has, we don't know what kind of year he has. Bro. So many messages. What is this? People be on me, bro, all day, bro. I don't mind it. I just like ever since I opened my DMs up, bro, some of the stuff that comes in my DMs, I'm like, why am I even reading this? What? And like some of the stuff is spam. Spam and bots. Oh, my Mets card dropped off. Okay. Oh, what else? Yeah. So when I do these live streams, you'll always see me like staring and my eyes traveling. I've got 20 tabs open. I have Instagram DMs. I have so many thoughts going on at once. I also have my iMessage up here. Let me see. I want to go to MLB.com and I want to check on the scores. Yankees are down 5-4. Mets just lost 5-4. We'll take a look at those box scores in a minute. But oh, still here, but my Mets calls dropped off during the interview. So allow me to continue the conversation on the Mets. Yankee fans, bear with me. I know there's a lot of Yankee fans that are like, you're a Yankee fan. You're not supposed to be speaking well of the Mets. I'm like, hey, I call it how I see it, bro. Yo, that drop is eternal. Like, that's how I 100% feel. Like, I hate some of these corny ass Mets fans online, but that's got nothing to do with the team and the franchise. And like, since I've been on WFAN watching the team and reading articles and learning about these players, like, everything can't be slanted. Like, I can't come in here and just troll when that's not how I feel, and I also can't, have Yankee glasses on for everything. Like, of course I could look at this Mets house pop up and be like, nerds, who needs that? The Yankees would never do that. But like, no, that's cool. Like, that's dope. They're saying that this activation is open and it could just stay open. And like, it gives you something in New York City, some buzz, right? People can leave work and go there. People are waiting in line. It creates this energy around the team, this optimism around the team. People are in there buying jerseys and hats and can't wait to wear them in the stadium. You could make the argument the Yankees don't need to do any of that, right? You also could make the argument, hey, there's like 4 Yankee team stores that are open in New York City all year round. But like, I just give credit where credit is due. This is not the Mets that I like wasn't paying attention to 5, 10, 15, 20 years ago, right? That's why I say I honestly think it's the end of the LOL Mets. And then, you know, when I was talking about Vladdy's contract and how we got the details of, you know, how he positioned his own franchise that drafted him, and they also have gone out there and offered Ohtani $700 million. And if these reports are true, maybe they offered Juan Soto more than the Mets. Vladdy's trying to get them to run him his money. But that's got nothing to do with free agency. Wait, before we even get to free agency, Vladdy's got to have a banner year. He's got to have a good year. He's got to earn the money that he's putting out there. And, you know, talking to Laura Albanese, I said I don't expect the Mets to have, you know, back-to-back years where they go out and sign 15-year deals, because they do have some long-term contracts already on the books, and they do have some young guys waiting in the wings that they're preaching to you they want to give opportunities to. And then when I talk about that Cohen tax, I don't know, might be named for Steve Cohen, might be named for somebody else, maybe Liam Cohen. The Mets top $333 million in payroll. They led the spending 3 years in a row. They are trying to turn that around. Yes, you have the richest owner in the sport, but he's not making a profit off the Mets, not yet. Maybe like they I'm sure they have a roadmap and a long-term vision and plan. 888-808-1019. Bobby is in Belmore on the Fan. Go for it, Bobby. Yeah. Pitched more than he ever pitched in his entire life last year, coming off of Tommy John, where the whole season we're saying innings limit. How long they, you know, here we go. Now he's got an innings limit and no innings. No one could. No one did. Like, no one in baseball. Everyone in baseball saw OMG, the Mets run, him hitting over 330, and no one offered him. He goes back to the Padres on a minor league deal that anyone in baseball could afford. I'll tell you, not to cut you off, but it's like, I was having this conversation today. I think a lot of people similar to Pete Alonso looked at the richest owner in sport and the amount of money they spend and say, why would we offer this guy? He's got Mets written all over him. And if we offer him, we could be wasting our time, because all he's going to do is take that offer back with Scott Boras to Steve Cohen, and they're going to match it. And, you know, it's not a real thing. And they waited and they waited and they waited. And they're like, all right, come on back. So he's a Padre again. Paul Blackburn. I hear you, Bobby. I think it is a concern, but there's concerns around the league. Like, I saw George Kirby from the Mariners is going to be on the IL with shoulder inflammation to start the season. Like, this is what happens when guys start doing baseball activities and they start throwing again and running again, they get hurt. Like, the Yankees have a ton of concerns, but, you know, most of these guys in baseball, they don't panic right now because it's a 7-month season. You know, they're looking at it. It's like, hey, all right, if we get these guys back, like, you know, we have enough guys. If we get some of these guys back in the summer, it could be a good thing. It's such a long road. As long as we have 5 starters, as long as we have our infield, as long as we have a bench, as long as we have a bullpen, that we feel confident in, we'll kind of navigate this, these waters as we go. Yeah, but see, they're trying to find out. They rather roll the dice and find out with those young guys that can become than to bank on an old guy doing what he did last year, which seems like it's going to be hard to catch lightning in a bottle again. And also the whole OMG thing. I'm telling you, like, when have we seen a pop star in Major League Baseball have a #1 Latin digital single performing on Apple TV? Like, you can't go to the well again. Like, I understand not wanting to try and recreate that. I've been talking about this all week. Thanks for the call, Bobby. I've been saying it all week. The New York Yankees, they just removed their facial hair policy. They just stopped playing New York after losses. They would unveil a life-size baseball mascot named Mr. Yankee before they would bring back Jose Iglesias. Jose Iglesias might as well be Mr. Met. They don't want to do any of the Met stuff. I've been screaming this for years. The Mets will take a Yankee as soon as the pinstripes come off of them and say, come on down. You did it on the A-team. You live in New York. You're familiar with the media. That'll work for us. The Yankees, give it a couple years, Marcus Stroman. The Yankees, give it a couple years so that the stench wears off. I'm sorry. Dom Smith. No, you know what I'm saying? Like, the Yankees, there's no way on God's green earth, even for $1 million minor league camp invite, when they need a bat, they could use a guy like that could play third base and hit for average, maybe even lead off. You know why they won't? Oh my God. They're not bringing that into the Yankee clubhouse. They're just not. It's obvious. 888-808-1019. They didn't entertain it. They got Scott Boris's number. They didn't even really entertain JD Martinez. That was like a couple days. JD Martinez freshly out of Flushing. They don't do it, man. I'm telling you, the Yankees, as much as people want to say their little brother or that the Mets are, no, the Yankees look at the Mets like, come on, little bro. Come on, little guys. Come up. Come up. No, we're not trying to pattern ourselves after you. Like, we're not trying to do anything that you do. You try to follow us. Like Derek Jeter said, there was no hatred for the Mets. The Mets were just the Mets. Right? I'm not trying to troll, but that is a matter of fact. Why wouldn't the Yankees, when they obviously had a need, DJ LeMahieu gets hurt before the Jose Iglesias signs, they could literally have said, hey, Iglesias, come on down, bro. We saw what you did. But they're not bringing that pop star into the clubhouse that's got Mets written across his forehead. No, thank you. Not trying to do that. We will remove our beard policy. We will make our win song only a win song. We will roll out pinstripe spring training hats. We'll tell you DJ LeMahieu is going to be healthy and potentially yeah before we bring in Jose Iglesias. They're just not, bro. They're not. Tom is in Garrison, New York on the Fan. Hello, Tom. Good. I hate them as well, so we got that in common.
DL, and then when your guys start going down, you split them off the DL, and you're all set for the season.
Collect players off of the IL for the bullpen problem? I don't know if I'm following you. What bullpen problem do the Yankees have right now?
The one that we're going to have, because Boone is going to wear out his bullpen. He's going to overuse it. They're going to get hurt. They're going to be
okay. And you want them to pick up players from other teams
that are on the IL, yeah.
And I don't know. Thanks for the call, Tom, but I don't know what that means. Maybe I'm missing something. Pick up the Yankees. The Yankees bullpen. Boone is going to burn these guys out. So pick up injured players from other teams. They have depth. That's one thing I was actually like pumped about coming into the Yankee spring training is the amount of depth they had. And then, Scott Efros steps on the mound. You'll never see him. He gets hurt. JT Brubaker wears one off the ribs. He's hurt. Clark Schmidt has a cranky back. He'll remain behind in Tampa when the Yankees go north. I don't know about Clark Schmidt right now. Let's see. Greg Joyce said Clark Schmidt is lined up to start the 6th game of the season, but he'll stay back in Tampa and throw live on the off day after opening day. Like, that doesn't make you feel great. Haven't seen Clark Schmidt yet. I mean, I know that's rotation. Tyler Matzik, who a lot of people are like, hey, they got this guy, Tyler Matzik. Like, I don't know. The Yankees bullpen is fine. The Yankees bullpen is a strength. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. When we come back, I'll take more of your calls on the Mets, on the Yankees. I see some people on hold to talk Knicks and NBA, but we're kind of off that right now. Coming up at 9:15 is Connor Hughes to talk NFL. So that's what we're going to do in the 9 o'clock hour. Don't go anywhere. We're coming right back. Bro, what do some people be talking about, bro? I don't know what people be on, bro. What does that mean? Bro said the Yankees should be monitoring other teams' players that go on the IL for their bullpen. What the hell was that? What does that mean? Be monitoring injured players for when the Yankees bullpen gets injured? They lost me with that. I don't know what the hell that means. What's up? Like, some of these callers are like, they think that they're clever. They think that they're saying something, and then so a lot of these guys call in and think they're clever. So this guy said that Boone is going to burn out the Yankees bullpen. So Cashman needs to monitor the DL, which is no longer the DL, the IL for other teams, and pick up these injured players along the way in spring training. And like, what are you talking about? We're the one with all the injured players right now, and the bullpen is actually our strength between the lineup and the rotation. Like, what does that mean? So you're assuming players are going to get hurt, so we should be looking for hurt players around the league to add. I'm like, what does that mean, bro?
We don't need the scripts. It doesn't work on this side, unfortunately. So click something else over here, and then click Fan General. That's your 9. Strike.
That's right. Thank you.
Yep. Now, if you're good with small print, if you want to make it bigger,
I think I'm all right.
if you ever want to make it bigger, and then if you ever want to make this bigger, it's under configuration.
Okay.
You want this or not? Okay.
Nick says, went to sleep when the Knicks were up 82-73. Wake up this morning to find out the Knicks choked the game away and Brunson's injured. Just looking like, yeah, I guess you fell asleep, bro. I was live till 2 a.m. I watched all that play out, and I literally said when they were up 11 going into the 4th, I'm like, they need to be up by more than 10. And then Dalton Knecht hits that 3, and I'm like, they're going to lose the game. That lead's not safe with Luka and LeBron. And it's Luka and LeBron versus Brunson. And then also guys like Gabe Vincent and Austin Reeves hitting open threes. Like,
Good evening. At 9 o'clock, I'm Kavitha Davidson. This report is brought to you by ServPro.com. Cleanup, restoration, and construction. Visit ServPro.com. Knicks fans got a slight update on Jalen Brunson, who rolled his right ankle in overtime of last night's loss to the Lakers. He'll be out at least 2 weeks with an ankle sprain. Still waiting to hear the grade of the sprain, though x-rays did come back negative. Minus their point guard, the Knicks will try to bounce back against the Clippers tonight after squandering a double-digit lead against the Lakers. New York will have to contain James Harden, who put up 50 for the Clips last night against the Pistons. Mitchell Robinson will be out for injury management after playing 13 minutes last night. And a couple of former Jets in the headlines. Geno Smith is heading to Las Vegas after the Seahawks traded him to the Raiders for a third-round pick. Seattle is reportedly targeting Sam Darnold to fill their void at quarterback. And that's what's happening. I'm Kavitha Davidson.
Yeah. Happy Friday night, March 7th. Daylight savings time approaches this weekend. We're getting there. Keith McPherson on the Fan, 2 hours down, 3 hours to go. Another 5-hour KM to AM. Dial 888-808-1019. Actually, don't, because I have a guest coming up in 14 minutes. Let me just take these calls and we'll get to it. I'm still trying to figure out what the last caller was talking about like watching the DL, he said, the IL of other teams in baseball for the Yankees bullpen after Aaron Boone burns out the bullpen. The bullpen is actually like fine right now. But let me take these calls and I'll return to that thought. I'm like, did I miss something? Anyway, Danny and Yonkers on the Fan. Go for it, Danny. What's up, man?
That's why you're a good person to look at this subject. Do you think right now, after watching last night when Brunson goes down and the offense is running through Deuce McBride for some reason, that I know as a Knicks fan, I never liked the trade for Cat, but I'm regretting it right now because I would have felt a lot more confident with Julius Randle there and then running the offense through him because he did it for us for years. And DiVincenzo has the ice water in his veins to hit big shots. I think this trade, if we would have went into the season with the roster we thought we were going to have, I think we would be a legit contender, and Cat just makes us soft.
Yeah, there's going to potentially be some regret if they don't figure it out in the next 2 to 3 years of this window. I think I opened up the show on Wednesday saying last year is over. We can't think about what could have been with this Knicks team if they had Dante DiVincenzo, right? Like, Mikal Bridges is the real biggest problem here, but also Cat too. And like you said, Deuce McBride, I said earlier, they just expect Deuce McBride to come in and be Jalen Brunson. Nobody can be Jalen Brunson. We're about to see something for real with the Knicks during this stretch, and it might be really alarming. They might not win a game on this road trip, and then everybody's going to start saying, oh, they're cooked, this and that. And, you know, Leon Rose has gotten a ton of praise, and he's kind of smart, right? Because he kind of lays back. He kind of stays in the shadows. He hasn't popped out to really, bask in the sun. And I think if this group with Brunson and Mikal Bridges, thanks for the call, Danny, and Karl Anthony Towns and Josh Hart and OG, if they don't get it done, it's going to be like, hey, that was a good little run as far as being contenders. But ultimately, what did you win? Nothing. You can't crown second-round champions. You can't call them the uncrowned champions. Like, those dudes got dogged, and now they're damaged. 888-808-1019. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, I am a Nets fan, but I'm not in the coalition of Nick haters, but I've been looking at this objectively the whole time. And I had a take that people killed online, but whatever. People kill takes online because they're not listening to the whole show. They'll see a quote card and be like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. This is the dumbest take I ever heard. Like, you didn't hear it. You read a couple sentences that weren't from a whole full show. You know, the Knicks struggled for so long drafting. They just haven't been able to draft and develop their own guys. They had guys here like RJ and like IQ, and they got to the second round, and it wasn't enough. So they ended up trading those guys. And what happens is if you keep building your team off of trade after trade after trade after trade, you don't have your picks, which I think they said F them picks. We're not able to land guys and draft develop anyway. We got to win now. Our coaches, we got to win now. And this is Jalen Brunson's team, and we got to win now, whatever. And then even with free agency, you spend a certain amount of money. It's just like the game is set up to kind of box you in. Even with Isaiah Hartenstein, like, you end up not being able to give Hartenstein the amount of money. And I always trip up on how to word it with like the apron and why they weren't able, because of how they signed Hartenstein, to give him the amount of money that OKC gave him. You lose that guy who is a big factor. Like, you know, when you talk about last year, don't forget what iHeart became. His toughness with DiVincenzo, with these guys that like just had a chip on their shoulder, and it was like they were, you know, them against the world. and they, really captured the city last year. That's over. This team now, especially without Brunson, what is their identity? They're going to run through Karl Anthony Towns. It's a lot of pressure on him, dealing with what he had to deal with, the anniversary of his mother passing, losing a friend to breast cancer, holding it down for his girlfriend. Karl Anthony Towns, I don't know if he's going to be able to shoulder the weight with that knee. Mikal Bridges, I was saying last night, he is dookie juice out there, bro. Now that's where the Nets fan in me comes in, because I am hating on Mikal Bridges, because it's like, oh, the grass is not greener on the other side, huh, bro? All that back and forth on social media with your Villanova Wildcat buddies, we could tell, right? You talking about, oh yeah, being in your own building in Brooklyn and feeling like you're on the road. Yeah, just know the history, bro. You're a basketball fan. The team used to be in New Jersey, and before that, they were at the Teaneck Armory. They were on Long Island. They were in the Prudential Center. They've moved around a bunch. The Knicks have never moved. That's what's going to happen in New York. The Knicks fans and the Lakers fans and the Warriors fans, like Steph Curry, the Nets broke their record. They had the most fans in attendance, something like 18,400 last night. Not because of the Brooklyn Nets, because Steph Curry was in the building and all those little kids yelling, yeah, Steph, MVP, for 3. Yeah, those kids got Christmas gifts and birthday presents from their parents not to go see Steph in the Garden. That's too expensive. They sold out Barclays Center easily. 888-808-1019. I just say the number naturally, but I told you we have a guest coming up. Let me take these calls. They're not on the Knicks. They're not on Mikal Bridges. They're not on Karl Anthony Towns, but this is a sports talk show. I like to talk about anything if you don't mind. Billy is in Merrick on the Fan. We'll go back to talking about the Mets.
Hey, Keith, what's going on?
Watching this Devils game, it's getting a little chippy here with the Jets. I'm just discouraged about the Devils, but that's another whole sport and league and team that we haven't talked about.
So I want to throw a little hypothetical out there about the Mets. And I know Soto hasn't played a real game or anything yet, but
You have Connor Hughes' number, right?
In the next 5 years, the Mets win 2 to 3 World Series.
What?
Do you think they would ever go to that 5-year buyout and go after the new young guys, the full schemes that will be available at that point, or the Jackson Merrills, and buy out that big contract?
Nah. So you're saying move on from Juan Soto?
If the Mets are lucky enough to win,
No, hell no. So if what you're imagining is Juan Soto hitting game-winning home runs, potentially being World Series MVP. No. They're not gonna get that crafty and try and move on from him. No, if anything, he becomes immortalized as a Met. You can't move on from him. They build the statue for him right next to Tom Seaver.
Not for sure. I was just thinking money-wise.
They have endless amounts of money. And if they go to the World Series and win multiple World Series, they'll be printing money. Thanks for the call, Billy. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves, because sometimes we start thinking about the Mets winning multiple World Series and moving on from Juan Soto, who will be an instrumental part of doing so. No. Nick is in Yonkers on the Fan before we go to break. Nick, you got it.
Hey, what's going on? So I want to talk about Aaron Rodgers to the Jets. I think it's a good move for Aaron, because let me tell you something. There's nothing that sucks more than getting fired, except for having to move. And for him, he can stay at his house in Jersey. He just got it redone, and then he can go to the Jets. Maybe it's not the best situation, but he gets to stay at his current place. And I think there's something to be said about that.
Yeah, and it's not like he's got that many suitors. It's not like every team in the NFL is beating down the door for him. The Raiders are off the board. The Rams are off the board. I think pretty soon the Minnesota Vikings are going to be off the board. Where is he going to go? Not the 49ers? Nah. Why would he go to Seattle? They're about to rebuild. They're about to suck. Like, go all the way out to Pacific Northwest to lose? Like you just talked about, he's got a house right here.
The only thing I'll say is everybody on the Jets organization, though, is fired. So I'd be worried for Dable and Joe Schoen about that.
What are we talking about?
So
we're talking about the Giants, right?
The Jets organization got fired after he was done with them. So
yeah, they were getting fired anyway. Thanks for the call, Nick. That has nothing to do with it. What, like, if Aaron Rodgers wants to play another year to pad his historical stats and to stick it to the Jets and to throw the ball to Malik Neighbors, and who knows, like, just play another year in the NFL and not have to travel far and not have to go far. Like, it makes a lot of sense. He's made more money than most players in the NFL. It's a deal that the Jets, or that the Giants, excuse me, can afford. It's got nothing to do with the Jets at this point. The Jets have moved on. And Shane and Dable are literally making decisions for their lives. They need a veteran quarterback in the room. What better veteran quarterback is out there right now than Aaron Rodgers? They tried to get Stafford. Stafford was never actually coming over here. It's Aaron Rodgers. We'll talk more about Aaron Rodgers, the Giants. We'll talk about Geno Smith, that move where the Raiders get their veteran quarterback. Are they still going to potentially pursue one of these top 2-3 quarterbacks in the draft? How that implicates the Jets and the Giants that are quarterback needy, that also will have their veterans in the room and look for a rookie quarterback. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. Coming up next is Connor Hughes from SNY. Stay tuned. We'll be back right after this. Yeah, Fields makes a ton of sense for the Jets with Garrett Wilson, with the new regime. And I know that kid has an ego. He's not like, he does not want to stay there, and they potentially draft a quarterback or sign another veteran. He wants to start. He wants a chance to start. And they know that. But see, they might think differently and feel differently. They might feel like, I'm definitely going to. Yeah. But they told him he'd be the back of the Daniel Jones, and he was like, all right, I'm not beat. Yeah, Drew Lock won't be here. Tommy DeVito's not a starter. And if the Giants don't sign Aaron Rodgers, it's most likely Russell Wilson. And you know, he was just a part of a losing team. He was just a part of a losing team and contributed to it, because he was the reason they lost a lot. Yeah, I think he's so much about himself and his stats. Yeah, another year right here in this house. Yeah. Yeah, but why would Seattle right now, if they just cut Tyler Lockett, they're trying to trade DK Metcalf, why would they pay for Sam Darnold? I don't know. They're not competing in that division either. All right, here we go. Mic check 1 2 1 2. Warning, you're about to hear two football guys from Monmouth University talk football for the next 15 to 20 minutes on the Fan. Joining us right now, my guy Connor Hughes from SNY. He knows a lot. I know a little bit. Together, it should be a good convo. What's up, man? I'm watching some hockey in here. The Devils are down 4-1. I'm just like, I don't know. Later we'll talk about the trade deadline, but let's get to the NFL. Let's get to the breaking news from 2 hours ago. Former Jet, former Giant, Geno Smith is now the quarterback of Tom Brady, Pete Carroll, and Chip Kelly's Las Vegas Raiders. One, what do you think about that move, the trade, giving up a 5th-round pick to get him? And two, what do you think it means for them drafting a quarterback and how that could affect the Jets and Giants looking for a rookie quarterback in the 1st round?
Carroll have a relationship from their time in Seattle, but also Pete Carroll's not a young guy. I mean, I know he's chipper, and you speak to him and you talk to him and you think the guy is in his 40s or 50s, but he's not. So there's not that many years left. It is a win now situation for him. So I don't know if he was going to have the luxury of drafting a quarterback, trying to develop him. If it doesn't work, getting another quarterback. I mean, this is a chance for him to go out there and get somebody that he knows. Really didn't cost him all that much. I think it ended up being a 3rd-round pick, actually, or something like that. So it wasn't too much. And they're going to have to find a way to pay him. Luckily for the Raiders, they've kind of had an influx of money recently. So they've got some cash to spend, which they've used on some of their coordinators like Chip Kelly and stuff like that. So it'll be helpful for them to be able to get a contract done now with Geno, because I don't think the Seahawks are willing to pay him the contract that he wanted. And now you've got a team like the Seahawks that are in the running for a quarterback. And from what I've heard and what a lot of people are talking about now is that that's probably a spot where Sam Darnold's going to end up in. So a little bit of ex-Jet for ex-Jet relationship working there.
Yeah, so with Sam Darnold, I don't know. I just was talking earlier about Sam Darnold being a locker room guy, Minnesota not being able to move on from him. But in a quote unquote not strong quarterback draft class and also a weak free agency here, Sam Darnold is at the top of the food chain. Sam Darnold also with the quarterback carousel, right? Now Matthew Stafford goes back to the Rams, Geno Smith with the Raiders. From what we're hearing, Kirk Cousins would like to get out of Atlanta, but they don't have to let him go. They can keep him there. What do you think Sam Darnold's going to get paid? What do you think? Because a lot of people are saying, oh, he hurt his chances of making the big money with those last 2 games. But I'm like, he could still possibly get that $40 million a year that Daniel Jones got.
Yeah, no, he definitely hurt himself those final couple weeks there. I mean, but he hurt himself in terms of he took himself from 50 to 55 a year contract and probably dropped them to $40 million a year, if that, maybe a little bit. He might actually want a shorter term deal just so he can re-up again. Basically really prove it again next year and then almost kind of re-up with another renegotiation or something like that. Sort of, it's a different position, but sort of like what the Eagles did with Saquon Barkley, where they then rewarded him with a contract extension to put some more years on there. But he's still probably looking at $40 million a year. It's just he's not going to get the 50. He was looking at there for a portion where he was actually in MVP consideration for the Vikings for those final 2-3 games of the season. But he was actually someone, Keith, that I heard the Giants had been poking around, and the Giants were interested in Sam Darnold. I just don't think there was a lot of reciprocated interest from Darnold with some of the other options that he was going to look at. And the Seahawks are certainly one of them. I mean, he's from that area, the West Coast. Chance to go back there, chance to play with a couple of guys that he knows, a better situation with defense, offense, a little bit more of a stable organization, a situation where the coaching staff is going to return next year and probably the year after that. You don't know if that's going to be the case with the Giants. So now you kind of have the Giants out there looking for a quarterback, veteran to pair with a rookie, and all signs right now, Keith, point to that quarterback being Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, let's talk Aaron Rodgers in a second. But, as I look at Seattle, they're drafting 18th overall. They're shopping DK Metcalf. They release Tyler Lockett, and they make this trade. One would think that they're rebuilding, but maybe they're just reloading. I look at that division, though, and it's like the Rams aren't going anywhere. The Niners most likely, re-sign Brock Purdy. And I mean, the Cardinals, who knows? Nobody can predict the NFL. Maybe the Seahawks are actually going for it. They're not. I just said earlier tonight, I'm like, maybe they're kicking the can down the road to, next year and drafting one of these top quarterbacks coming in next year. But we can't do that. The Giants fans always talk about drafting Arch Manning next year. And, this regime might not get there. Let's talk Aaron Rodgers. Let's talk about the real possibility of them signing Aaron Rodgers. Everybody's just pointing to him redoing his house in Jersey and that he was just here with the Jets is the main reason. He doesn't want to move. But I've also put out there that, like, he doesn't have that many suitors. He doesn't have that many options. Like, not for nothing, not everybody wants all that Aaron Rodgers brings. And I know we like to leave this out because we want to look at the numbers and the stats and say, look how many yards and touchdowns he had. Like, he had moments of last year where we're like, this is not Aaron Rodgers anymore. He can't put together a drive to win it. He was turning the ball over, chucking and ducking. So what do you think about the Giants? Is that what they're trying to bring in the building?
I'll answer it two ways, Keith, but it makes no sense to me from Aaron Rodgers' perspective. From the Giants' perspective, it makes a ton of sense, man. I don't think there's a better veteran quarterback out there that they could get not named Aaron Rodgers. I mean, I think Rodgers is a far superior player to Kirk Cousins. I think he's a far superior player to Russell Wilson or Justin Fields or anybody else you're going to find out there. Maybe not Sam Darnold, but Darnold's not really an option. So I think he would be a great person to bring in here to the Giants building, 4-time MVP, former Super Bowl champion, somebody who's wildly respected. You pair him with a rookie, and it would almost remind me of when you had Kurt Warner, although Kurt Warner maybe didn't have some of the off-field headlines that Rodgers does, but it was Kurt Warner with Eli Manning. And Kurt Warner started for a few weeks, and then eventually they gave way. The Giants started struggling. He gave way to Eli Manning, and the rest is history. I think it's a perfect situation for the Giants. It does. From a football standpoint, you bring him in here, I think he'll make Malik Neighbors better. I think he'll make Theo Johnson better. I think he would make Wan'Dale Robinson better. I think he'd make Jalen Hyatt better. I think he would help just with the wealth of knowledge that he has, bestowing whatever quarterback the Giants end up drafting. I think that would be perfect. What I can't wrap my head around, and it's, again, I've talked to so many people across the NFL over the last few days, week or so, ever since I got back from the combine, and everything that everyone keeps telling me is that this is going to get done. Everyone is right now convinced that it would take a total curveball. Right now, the way that people are operating is like, okay, yeah, this is eventually going to get done. Like I'm not talking about the Giants building. I'm talking about people outside the Giants building are all like, okay, yeah, that's where Aaron Rodgers is going to end up with the Giants. Knowing Aaron from covering him the last 2 years with the Jets, knowing how he views himself, what he wants to accomplish towards the end of his career, I just can't wrap my head around why he goes to the Giants. Because no matter what the Giants do this offseason with Aaron Rodgers, what's their ceiling, Keith? Like 7 wins? End the final year of his career getting his teeth kicked in with a team that has a worse offensive line than the Jets, worse skill makers than the Jets, a coach and general manager whose jobs are on the line, and playing a position where if he struggles for 4 or 5 weeks, there's going to be cries to go to a rookie and in all likelihood they would go to the rookie. Like it doesn't. I can't see how that makes sense. But everything everyone keeps telling me, and now granted, a large reason for this is I don't think there's that many other options for Aaron. Like the Rams were certainly one, but when they stuck with Stafford, that obviously took Aaron out of it. I don't get the sense that the Vikings are overly interested. The Seahawks seem like they want Sam Darnold, like maybe the Steelers, but now the Steelers are pretty committed to trying to get Justin Fields or Russell Wilson back. So it's almost like if Aaron wants to play, and this is what other people around the NFL have told me, again, unaffiliated with the Giants, have told me, is that if Aaron wants to play, basically his only opportunity right now is with the Giants. Common sense of it all is like, okay, yeah, I just don't get it from Aaron's side. I just don't get it. Unless he just literally just wants to play football, that he's like, who's ever going to give me an opportunity, I'm going to go out there and give my best. And if that's the Giants, I'll go play for the Giants.
Yeah, the odds are not in his favor for this to go well. They have the toughest strength of schedule, the longest Super Bowl odds. Like, they have a GM and head coach on the hot seat. The odds are not in his favor to come in here and go to the playoffs and succeed. And he's going to get beat up behind that offensive line.
I will say this. This is one thing I will say. And it's probably the only odds that are in the Giants' favor right now. The fact that the Jets chose to release him and then he goes cross town to the Giants, the Jets' luck is that he takes them to the playoffs. That's luck. Forget forget the Giants and all within common sense. The Jets luck is that Aaron Rodgers
on the cheap too, while the Jets are paying him all this money and the Giants don't pay him anything.
Jets luck.
You know, the thought occurred to me. I'm like, there's not many other options. I don't think he goes to Pittsburgh. I don't think that they're bringing in all that he is. But I'm like, where would he go? And when you look at all the teams, there's nowhere for him to go. There's two places I think he could potentially go, but I don't think he'll want to go to the Cleveland Browns, right? They need a quarterback. He's not going to go to Ohio. He's not going to play in the cold. He's not going to go out there like just to play football. If he's going to just play football, it's the Giants. But then I started thinking about the Colts because they said they're going to bring in a quarterback to compete with Anthony Richardson. I'm like, well, that's a dome team, and maybe they take a flyer on him. They had Joe Flacco, like maybe the Colts, but no, I think all signs point to him staying right here in New Jersey. And I think he's so much about himself that like his ego is going to tell him, all right, I'm going to go stick it to the Jets. And if I can win 6 games, I do better than I did last year with the Jets. And I just don't go out with the Jets let me go. Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji fired me. I go across town and have a better season than the Jets potentially.
Thing is that I've had people say like, Aaron, well, he's going to go there and he's just going to think he's going to make the Giants a Super Bowl contender. I got to know Aaron pretty well, man. And he never struck me as that guy. He's a realist. I mean, he's very, very confident in his own ability. He's confident what he can do as a quarterback, and then he can still play. But I don't think he's one of those guys that's like, oh, we're immediately a contender as soon as I walk in. I mean, he's understanding of what a team needs to do, how they need to win games. I mean, he was like that with the Jets the last couple of years, with what they still needed to add, what they were missing, things like that. So it could be that, yeah, let's just go stick it to the Jets. Let's just go play some football, have some fun. But again, from the Giants standpoint, I get it. It's just from Aaron's, I don't, unless literally this is his only option, which it very well might be. Because like I said, Keith, I don't even know how many of the guys that I know across the NFL, coaches, assistants, executives, agents, every one of them has pretty much has themselves convinced that, yeah, Aaron's going to the Giants. Almost, it's just a matter of time. Now we'll see if that ends up happening as in Giant sources, but there are people outside the Giants building that are privy to the situation. I'll feel like this is eventually going to get done.
Yeah, because it's just like that is his only spot to go where he's the starter. Even if they draft a rookie, he's starting week 1. I think there's
1, 2, because they don't have anyone else. But again,
I don't know if Tomlin and Rooney are.
There's a lot of mutual respect there between Tomlin and Rodgers. Like there is. It's just a matter of, does Aaron want to go to Pittsburgh? Does he want to play in Pittsburgh? I don't know. But again, the concept of playing the Philadelphia Eagles, Commanders, and the Cowboys and Micah Parsons twice a year for that division, I mean, that doesn't seem super appealing to me. If you do the pros and cons, like I don't know. The only pro for Aaron Rodgers to go play for the Giants is, okay, I'm playing football still. Like that's literally the only pro. Like there are a million cons to one pro.
The con is you're going to get sacked a bunch of times. You're going to be in pain. You're going to be hurt. You could be knocked out of the season. We'll go back to the Pittsburgh thing, but what I'll say the other option is maybe he humbles himself and he sits on the couch. I mentioned Joe Flacco. Maybe he pulls the Joe Flacco from a couple years back and he waits for a team that loses QB1 to say, hey, we need a guy. And then here comes Aaron Rodgers to save the day.
Yeah, we'll see. Like I haven't talked to him within the last couple of weeks to know, like, just to say to him, like, hey, what's the reasoning for it? I'm looking forward to when he kind of comes out of, because he does this. Like he sticks to himself. He keeps to himself. He needs to make his decision, talk to the people in his inner circle, and then he comes out and he'll explain his decision. I'm very much looking forward to getting a chance to talk to him and understanding if he chooses it, why did you choose the Giants? Because again, he's not somebody. From getting to know him the last couple of years, he is not somebody that's just going to do something to do something. He is going to have every possible exit route understood, every possible danger and red flag understood, the pros. Okay, he's going to have it all. I mean, he's so calculated and meticulous with the way that he thinks. I mean, again, from just talking to him, people have this perception of him. He's completely different than what people think. I mean, he really is a fascinating person to talk to because you can understand to kind of see how his brain starts to work, and he really is an intelligent individual where I'm very curious when he does kind of come out of hiding a little bit and explain his thought process, to know what his thought process is if he does ultimately choose the Giants, because it's not going to be something as simple as like, yeah, I wanted to play, they were my only option, so I'm playing. I mean, he's going to see something in that organization to decide to play for them and not just retire.
Yeah, maybe they tell him they're going to draft Travis Hunter and he'll have Travis Hunter and Malik Neighbors to throw the ball to, and he'll be like, all right, well, yeah.
Now I did hear from someone that, and I trust this I trust this wholeheartedly, that if the Giants do ultimately land Rodgers and Rodgers does ultimately land with New York Giants, this will not be Jets 2.0. This will not be, okay, give me your list of the guys you want. Suddenly Alan Lazard and Devontae Adams and Mercedes Lewis. Although Adams, yeah, I think he wants to go West Coast, but he is somebody that still can play. I'm talking about like his buddies, like when the Jets brought in
Randall Cobb
and Billy Turner and like all these guys that couldn't play anymore. It's not going to be one of those things where like, oh, whatever you want to do. I mean, it's going to be one of those where, okay, Aaron, we signed you. You're a quarterback. We're now going to fill out the rest of the roster. Like that's how the Giants would approach this thing.
Yeah, and the Jets got to keep their ear to the street with Justin Fields because there's a lot of talk about, reuniting him with Garrett Wilson, and also a lot of talk about the Steelers choosing one of him or Russell Wilson. I would think they'd be more inclined to go back to Justin Fields, who they started off 4-0 with, but then obviously you give the respect to the veteran and Russell Wilson, who came in and changed their passing game, but ultimately they ended up losing 5 in a row to end the year. I'd want to move on from Russ and see another year of development out of Justin Fields and Arthur Smith's offense. But I think there's some hesitation from Justin Fields because he's like, hey, I want to be the starter. I don't want to come back here and you guys sign another veteran or you draft a young guy. Like, I'm not trying to compete. I want to be, I want to be the starter. I kind of joked about Kenny Pickett, who went to my high school at Ocean Township. Like, Kenny Pickett was frustrated with the Steelers because, he got hurt and didn't get his job back right away. And then they signed Russell Wilson, and he's looking like, I'm the guy. You drafted me first round. I'm the starter. And they're like, you got to compete for it. We're not giving you anything. And, I think there was some back and forth that went on there where they ended up just trading him away to Philly. What do you think about the Steelers and their two quarterbacks that have a good market out here? And both could be in New York. Russell Wilson could potentially be with the Giants if they don't go through with Aaron Rodgers, and Justin Fields could be with the Jets to pair him up with Garrett Wilson.
Yeah, that's the talk right now. I mean, the Steelers run a pretty tight ship in terms of leaks, so not too much gets out of there. But it seems like they either want both back or they want one or the other. And the fascinating thing about Russell is it kind of feels like his personality sort of ran its course towards the tail end there of that season with the Steelers, that by the end of the year, I don't know how beloved he maybe was within the locker room, and I don't know how much the coaching staff really valued him. I'm not sure how that all went towards the end. I mean, there was some rumblings and stuff that came out of there towards the tail end of the season that they were kind of just, again, Russ is Russ. It's the same stuff that happened in Seattle. It's the same stuff that ended up happening in Pittsburgh or in Denver, and you can go ask some of his former teammates that have been vocal about it in recent years about kind of the same stuff was happening in Pittsburgh. And with Fields, it was just a football decision that they made. It was everyone loved him. The coaching staff loved him. Teammates loved him. Players loved him. They were winning with him. It was just they felt like Russell Wilson was a better quarterback at that point in time. But if the Steelers are ready to commit significant money financially to Fields, and Fields looks at this, I mean, I think he views the Steelers as a situation that's better for him than maybe what the Jets situation would be. But if Fields does shake free and he gets away from Pittsburgh, that is the guy that, from my understanding, the Jets really, really want. They are high on Justin Fields. They would like to have Justin Fields in here. I think he is their top priority at quarterback. I do believe that. And then if that what does not happen is, say, if Fields ends up going to the Steelers, I think that's when you would see the Jets pivot, and they'll target another second-tier veteran quarterback with Tyrod Taylor, and then look for somebody in the draft as well. I mean, I heard Marcus Mariota tied to them. I heard Carson Wentz tied to them.
Jameis Winston. Bring Jameis Winston here.
Yeah, right. Oh, I'd love that, man. I'd love those quotes. I'm a big Jameis.
Me too.
Yeah, and then you'll target somebody probably in the second round of the draft, not there at 7, and I think that would be what they'd be looking to do.
How do you feel about Aaron Glenn and Darren Muji? I have said this. I'm not a Jets fan, but I'm a football fan, and I've watched the Jets, struggle and Jets fans suffer. And I feel like Jets fans are hurt. They are jaded. They are traumatized. They have PTSD where they don't even want to believe that these guys could be making the right moves, that last year could be the last year that they don't make the playoffs. Like, they don't even want to give them the shot to build their own roster, build their own team, and potentially have success. I think a lot of people are saying they're walking into a buzzsaw. How do you not bring Aaron Rodgers back? What the hell are they doing? But I'm like, I look at their demeanor and their resume and what has been said by others about them around the league. I'm like, these guys are all business, and they're getting to the business. And I don't know if it's going to necessarily turn into wins in year one, but it doesn't have to be wins year one. It's a culture change. It takes some time. It could take a couple years, but I do think they're the right guys for the job.
Sure. Yeah, I'm going to be completely and totally transparent with you here, Keith. So I started covering the Jets in 2014. So I got the tail end of Rex and John Idzik. Then I got Mike Maccagnan and Todd Bowles. I got Mike Maccagnan, Adam Gase. I got Joe Douglas, Adam Gase. I got Joe Douglas, Robert Saleh, and now I'm on to Muji and Aaron Glenn. I've gotten to know Muji a little bit over the last month or so, just from seeing him at the combine and talking to him and things like that. I think he's a very, very respected person. You talk to people who know him, agents, scouts, personnel people, coaches, people who've known him from Denver, just around the league that have negotiated with him and things like that. Everyone has the utmost respect for him. Everyone speaks so glowingly of him. Aaron Glenn, little bit more jaded, but that's just who he is. He's a Bill Parcells disciple, so he kind of has a little bit of Parcells in him. With that said, I'm done completely and totally 100% trying to figure out who's going to be good and who's not going to be good. I'm just being honest with you, man. Like I think where I was just kind of threw my hands up and I'm like, I'm just waiting to see them win games. When they win games and they feel the team that is competing week in and week out and winning 10, 11, 12 games a year and getting into the playoffs and making a run, that's when I'll turn around and be like, Aaron Glenn's a good coach and Darren Muji is a good general manager. But until then, no one knows. They're first-time guys who have never done it before. I mean, Joe Douglas would literally create a GM. He was. He cut his teeth behind Ozzie Newsome in Baltimore. Well, I mean, one of the most stable, well-run organizations in the NFL. Then he went to Chicago briefly, but then the Philadelphia Eagles. Won a Super Bowl with the Eagles. Learned underneath Howie Roseman, one of the most brilliant general managers in the world. He was a player. He was a personnel guy. He was a former Turk with the Ravens. Worked his way up. Literally the perfect everything you want in a general manager, and it didn't work. Adam Gase was the brilliant offensive mind. Todd Bowles was a longtime assistant. Robert Saleh was the hotshot assistant who was brass and looked the part and screamed and yelled and did all that stuff, and none of it's worked with the Jets. I'm done thinking like, oh, this press conference was good. Oh, this guy said a nice thing about him. I hope these guys do well because I really want to cover winning football because then everybody's in a good mood. But I just need to see it on the field. I need to see the Jets win football games. And when I see the Jets win football games, that's when I'll tell you what I think about Muji and Aaron Glenn. Until then, again, I mean that no disrespect to anybody, but until they win games, nobody knows how good these guys are going to be.
I hear you. Fool me, can't fool me.
Time, dude. It's like, I'm done, dude. I'm out.
We're on the phone right now with Connor Hughes, NFL reporter from SNY, covering the Jets and Giants. Last thing for you, Cam Ward and Shedeur Sanders. I feel like now we're a week removed from the combine, so all the smoke screens, all the smoke and mirrors, Cam Ward is the clear-cut number one, and Shedeur is too cocky and brash and, came off like he didn't care. Like, what do you think about the Giants trading up to number one to get Cam? How real is that? And then what do you think about Shedeur potentially falling to the Jets and them maybe taking him?
Yeah, the interesting thing about Shedeur is that I heard the interviews weren't all that great in Indianapolis. And what I mean by that was that the way that it was described to me was that when he interviewed with teams that he felt would or had a chance to legitimately draft him, it was great. It was a great interview. It was engaging. It was everything that we saw behind the podium when he dazzled the media. When he interviewed with teams that he didn't think was going to draft him or didn't think had any chance of drafting him, it was like, why are we wasting our time here? Like, so it was one of those things. It wasn't like I'm going to give everyone the same time of day, which rubs some teams the wrong way. But this guy's going to be I don't know if that's normal from other prospects. This guy is so polarizing. And you either love him or you hate him. And that's why you have some people that are saying, hell yeah, I'd take this guy top 5. And you have some guys saying, I wouldn't take this dude till the 5th round. Like, it's just, he's a polarizing prospect. With that said, I talked to, in Indy, and when I got home from Indy, I talked to people from I don't even know how many different teams, probably a dozen, little over a dozen. I did not have one and could not find one that had Shedeur Sanders ranked ahead of Cam Ward. So if the Giants, as most people expect them to do, eventually execute a trade for the number 1 pick in the draft, whether or not they get Aaron Rodgers, it's the expectation of that is for Cam Ward. That is what everyone around the NFL feels. Again, this is not Giants sources that are telling me this. The Giants are keeping their plans close to the vest as they have. But people around the NFL, that is what they are telling me. If the Giants trade up to number 1 and take Shedeur Sanders, they will truly be zagging when everyone else is zigging, which okay, that's only a big topic on draft night. If Shedeur turns out to be a stud and Cam Ward's a bust, or even if Cam Ward's great, as long as Shedeur is great as well, it won't matter. Joe Shane will look like a genius, but they will truly be going against how every other team really feels about the rankings of these quarterbacks. As far as the Jets taking Sanders at 7, I think if he's there, that's an intriguing possibility, especially if they go the Tyrod Taylor, Carson Wentz, Tyrod Taylor, Marcus Mariota, or even just Tyrod Taylor and insert other veteran quarterback here route. If they go that, get Shedeur, let him sit behind these guys for a year, learn, develop a little bit, and then put him in there when he's ready. Basically go the opposite of what they did with Zach Wilson, where they just drew him out and kind of baptism by fire and basically burned Zach Wilson alive those first couple years here with the Jets. I think that would be an interesting prospect. I do, though, to be completely transparent with you, I think the Jets probably go somewhere else other than quarterback at 7, and then they probably try to get a quarterback there in the second round. I just don't think with some of the other prospects that are going to be there. I mean, Shedeur is probably in a normal draft class, a late first-round pick. I don't know if the Jets are going to reach for him. I think Warren is probably a better shot there. Graham's a better shot there. Ted McMillan, probably a better shot there as well. All of those players would help the Jets a little bit more than Shedeur would. I just think that's a risky pick at them.
Yeah, I like Ted McMillan a lot. I hope he falls. Maybe if he falls to the Jets, I hope he does fall to the Jets, because him and Garrett Wilson could be a great tandem. And I think you got to absolutely love Shedeur Sanders to take him there. And I don't think the Jets will be in love with him. If they are able to get to Justin Fields and they do feel comfortable with Tyrod Taylor and they could draft a quarterback in the later rounds, the Jets have so many holes, and addressing wide receiver right there, that's a sexy pick that fires up the fan base, that addresses a need. And I think you move that way. Connor, you're the man. I'm not going to take up any more of your time, but I got to ask how your daughter is. Has she arrived at her terrible twos? My son is in his terrible twos early. Yeah. Yeah, there's going to be some preferences on food that weren't originally there. Some fight with, hey, we got to go to bed. We got to get in the bath. We got to leave. Yeah, it turns into a little bit of a struggle, but it's all a blessing, man. God bless you and your family. Thanks for joining us tonight. 888-808-1019. I got a half hour until my next guest joins us. We are going to talk puck. We are going to talk NHL trade deadline. I am absolutely out of it after watching the Devils. Let me change the channel. Devils lose 6-1, and I'm just like, what is my hockey life? Luckily, I picked up MLS soccer. I'm a Red Bulls fan now. This fandom stuff is just all pain. It's all misery. It's just rolling season to season and changing your misery from season to season. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call up and join the show. We'll be right back. Yeah, when we do get Jonathan Davis on, I don't know all these players that have moved around. I don't know what it means at all, but I'm going to try my best. So I'll lean on you there. I think it's good to have the conversation on the trade deadline day. I know, I listened all day. There wasn't much conversation about moves and stuff on. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, I have the check mark. But I know you probably want to get the credit for it. And I don't remember what he said. But everybody right now is after Jordan Schultz, now people are like, Justin Fields, Jets, Justin Fields, Jets. Yo, shout out to y'all in the chat still watching. I see some activity now. Let me acknowledge y'all while we're on break. Burn, baby, burn. When I was a kid, they used to say I had a little, I look like Bernie a little. Not anymore though. Let me see if I can get a little Bernie side by side here. Make this bigger. Y'all see it? Y'all see it? Nah, y'all don't see it. I can't even point right. Who else is in the chat? I think I saw Zion just pop up. Zion, KM to the AM. You heard? Yeah, nah, I didn't get that Bernie Williams side by side off. I mean, I said when I was a kid, y'all. I said it was when I was a kid. I'm a grown ass man now. I don't look like Bernie now. All right, I'll be right back. Yeah. All right, yo. Yo, it's cold in here. Actually, let me try and turn this damn air. It's cold as hell in here, bro. Like, I've had my hoodie on the whole time, and I just realized it was 65 degrees. What the fuck goes on? All right, what up? KM to AM, say that. We got people checking in on the YouTube, people checking in on Twitter, the YouTube, Twitter. About to get back to the show. Gonna take some calls. Dial 888-808-1019 if you want to get on. 10:15, we'll talk puck. Time flies when you're talking sports and having fun. Keith McPherson on the Fan, taking your calls, bringing in some guests, doing what I do on a Friday night, KM to AM. Blessed to be here, thankful to be here. And you know what? We get a little bonus Sunday sauce, a little extra Sunday sauce. I'll have a show from 3:30 to 8 p.m. on Sunday. Still working on some guests, still working on some ideas, some things. You know, Sunday's a little different vibe. Also a day show, right? So looking forward to that, though. Let's get back to the show here in about 25 minutes. I will have Jonathan Davis join us to talk puck and talk trade deadline and everything that went on for the Islanders, the Devils, the Rangers. Shout out to Connor Hughes. Connor, I got to do something with Connor. Maybe we do something at Monmouth University. I don't know if he goes back to Monmouth University, but like for Monmouth University to have produced me and Connor Hughes, like, hello, put it together. They should easily have already had us back on campus to do something, even if they just give us some microphones, have us talk football. Anyway, 888-808-1019. It's wide open right now. I did want to mention something because I have eyes on, the Yankee score. I wasn't watching the Yankee game, but the Yankees, man, they rallied back to walk off the Blue Jays 8-7. Most of that game was like 5-4. I think it was like 5-4 when I took the call from Connor. Marcus Stroman goes out there, and Marcus Stroman gives you 3 innings, 2 hit ball. One of those hits and one of the runs was a homer. But, from what I have read and seen, Stroman looked good. And then you're starting to get some guys turning heads, some guys putting bat to ball. Good to see Wells hitting homers. Good to see Bellinger hitting homers. Everson Pereira hit a big homer in the 8th inning. And multiple reporters, Eric Bolin, who I had on earlier this week, I forget which day I had Eric Bolin on. Was it Wednesday maybe? Eric Bolin tweets out, Everson Pereira, who could be a DH option with Stanton on the IL to start the season, hits one out of the stadium to left, his second home run of the spring. Chris Kirschner writes, so I'm like, am I tripping? Or are they all kind of hyping him right now? And it's like 8th inning homers. I don't know who it was against. I got to go look. Chris Kirschner writes, the Yankees are short a right-handed bat. Everson Pereira could be an option to make the club out of spring training. And like, I'm happy this kid is back. If you remember, in the 2022 season or 2023 season, when the Yankees, was all but lost, what'd they do? They said, bring up the Baby Bombers 2.0. And you got to see Dominguez. You got to see Wells. You got to see Everson Pereira. But then he got hurt and he missed last year. And I'm just like, are we really about to, like, if we're saying, no to Spencer Jones, no to George Lombard, which we should. I guess Ben Rice is more inclined, but like now Everson Pereira, for reporters to be looking at the team and the roster, like the New York Yankees are the defending American League champs. Don't tell me that like Everson Pereira is going to like make a damn move. 888-808-1019. I'm like, all right, people are replying because I quote tweeted the tweet. And I'm like, make a move if we're actually talking about like Everson Pereira is gonna break camp. Like, and I'm not trying to knock the young man, and I understand having your own homegrown talent, but like, we're trying to compete. When we saw him a couple years ago, he couldn't hit at all. We're talking about his 8th inning spring training homers off of AA pitchers now, and people are responding. Ben says not with a self-imposed cap on the payroll. Only Fire Cashman writes only if you start a GoFundMe for Hal. And then somebody who's at Cashman Burner 25 with Hal Steinbrenner as the name says, you think the Yankees are adding? Dom Smith will be our cleanup hitter by Memorial Day. Yankee fans are hilarious. They trip me out. And I understand where you're coming from because it's like, yeah, if the owner tells you, nope, we don't need to spend any more. If the owner tells you, hey, this is what it is what it is. But like, I don't have to be excited about it. I think you could do better, but there's no more moves to make. I guess at this point, we're 20 days away from opening day. The team is what the team is, and they'll adjust during the season and a trade deadline. But like, I took this from listening to Big Mac one night, and I'll give Big Mac credit. He brought up the point that with this expanded postseason, the trade deadline is different. You have more teams that are buyers and you have less teams that are sellers. So there's more competition for these players. And why trade for a guy and only get half a year from him? Give up something to get half a year from him. And it's just like, what are they going to? Oh, I guess in July we'll go get Nolan Arenado. Why not go get him now? All right, let me take a call before we go to the break and hit the update, or should we just go to the break and update now? Yeah, I think we have to break now. We're on the other side of like 56 going 57. All right, so We'll go to the break. We'll go to the update. If you'd like to get a call in, do so now, because at 10:15, my next guest and last guest of the night, Jonathan Davis, will join us to talk NHL trade deadline. This is Keith McPherson on the Fan. We'll be back after a quick timeout. The Dallas Mavericks are cooked. I don't even know why they're like, they should just pack it in, say we forfeit the rest of our games. Nah, he's all time bad. He's like, he should be fired.
Every job he's ever had.
He should be fired. Yeah, he is. Coming out of Nike, he fumbled Steph Curry. How do you fumble generational talent like Steph and let him go to Under Armour?
At a time when like Under Armour was about to go under, it's very funny actually.
That was him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was a Nike. I didn't realize that was him. Oh, that's genius.
No,
Keep
everyone
failing up.
was like, "What are?"
Keep filling up, and he'll be the commissioner next.
Everyone I know keeps being like, "No, conspiracy theories." I'm like, "No, he's just bad at his job."
Yeah, this guy might not get enough sleep, or maybe he just like is reading Reddit threads and getting the wrong information. He's made some mistakes.
This is the one that's a little weird because, like I said, it's not there. The other ones, or you just walk in and sit down. This is the one where you have to be
No, I wrote it down to make sure I remember tomorrow.
somewhat cognizant of. Yeah.
I gave you his number, right? I played it last night. I'm done with Draymond. That caller was like, all we're doing is giving him exactly what he wants. The more we talk about him, the more it's like, you know, Draymond Green. Oh, what did he say? And he's getting more clicks and more people listening to, like, he's an idiot. And you know what? Yeah, that is literally his brand. And you know what? I get it. Like guys like him, even like Cam Newton, like these guys that are like, they understand how to play the game. You got to say that stuff for shock value. And they don't care. They're, you know, they'll say it like Cam Newton was talking about how like the WNBA is going to pass Major League Baseball in popularity in the next 10 years and baseball is dying. I'm like, you clearly don't know anything about.
Yeah. Also, 5 years ago, he was saying that when reporters said, running routes. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. I forgot about that. He was like, oh, he's like, look at you asking about running routes. Like,
knowing routes.
Like it's not that difficult, bro. You ever heard of Mina Kimes?
Good evening. At 10 o'clock, I'm Kavitha Davidson. This report is brought to you by Roto-Rooter, America's neighborhood plumber. We're just about a half hour to tip off at the Intuit Dome, and the Knicks will be without Jalen Brunson against the Clippers. He'll be out at least 2 weeks with an ankle sprain. X-rays were negative, though still waiting on an MRI to determine the specific sprain grade. Geno Smith will reunite with Pete Carroll in Vegas. The Seahawks traded him to the Raiders for a third-round pick, and Seattle, meanwhile, is reportedly targeting Sam Darnold, who's looking for at least a 3-year deal. Devils action at home tonight, and they fell to the league-leading Jets 6-1. Jacob Markstrom stopped 29 shots, and Dalton Mercer had the lone goal for New Jersey. And that's what's happening. I'm Kavitha Davidson.
I'm starving, y'all. I can't wait to go home and eat. All right. But we got 2 hours. Let's run through the tape, yo. All right. 2 hours left. Let's run through the tape. Let's close the week strong. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Thank you all for listening. Thank you for the people rocking in the chat. Shout out to Kevin in the chat. Kevin says, love listening to you, man. Opposite of my wife. 888-808-1019. Thanks for holding, bro. I was trying to get your call in before we went to the break, but Jarvis in Harlem, you're back on the Fan. You got it. I'm good. Thanks for checking in.
Well, I think most Jet fans wants to think they're ready to win now because they look for the job. The first year head coach, the first year the GM, and the first year offensive coordinator, and there's no quick fix, because they haven't been to the playoffs in 15 years, and I think the drough's not going to end. I think the drough's going to continue.
Yeah. And if you just look in their division, bro, like, the Patriots are going to get better as soon as they already got better because Mike Vrabel is there. The Dolphins, they underperform, but they can beat the Jets, and then the Bills are the Bills. So it's like just in your own division.
The East, the one like 5 AFC East was the longest division, but So and that about Aaron Rodgers, I know like all these Aaron Rodgers are believers and defenders and. Think that with each other made a mistake to get rid of him. And, the reason why they got rid of him because he was in like a distraction. All the goes to trip to Egypt, the missing OTAs, and all that.
Pat McAfee, vaccine, attacking media members for getting the vaccine, saying he was going to run with RFK Jr., or Robert F. Kennedy Jr. What else did he do? I'm blanking on some of the Netflix Enigma special. Yeah, dark room, going to Egypt. Yeah, we all know Aaron Rodgers is a song that doesn't end. Thanks for the song, or thanks for the call, Jarvis. The thing about Aaron Rodgers is it's also not going to end. The Giants are going to keep him here. I remember making the joke. We changed the number to 888-808 because this is the Aaron Rodgers hotline. There isn't an hour that goes by without talking about Aaron Rodgers on this station. For what? He's not good anymore. For what? He's cooked, but so are the Giants. So they're a match made for each other at this point, where the Giants franchise are, and where the Giants franchise is, and where we are with Aaron Rodgers at the end of his career. It's just like, who could have predicted this? Who could have predicted this? Many people, actually. A lot of people were actually predicting this months ago. Like, hey, they're going to fire these guys and just going to bring in a new regime. And as the 33rd team was interviewing all these different people, they were like, who's going to want to take on Aaron Rodgers? And then when Aaron Rodgers gets released, where's he going to go? He's going to stay in the same stadium. The Giants need quarterbacks. They need quarterbacks desperately. So the saga continues. Anyway, switching gears, going back to what we were talking about with Everson Pereira, and the Yankees are just putting a hard cap on themselves. And you know what? This is good enough. Yep, this is good enough. And Boone will work with what he's got. He's got enough, and if he doesn't have enough, we'll address it at the deadline. But who knows where we'll be at that time. Mikey is up in the Bronx. Mikey, you're on the Fan.
Hey, what's up, Keith? I want to talk about how the Yankees can fix their lineup this year. And before I start, you know what the Yankees giving up this year for Lent? And that's them hitting the ball. Because this team can't do anything right now. They got no players, they got no hitters. Austin Wall is a great player. But what they're missing is good Italian men. They lost Rizzo. They lost Gallo. They got no power hitting lefties in this lineup. And quite frankly, the guy they got to go after is Bryce Harper.
I guess that's a good troll call on a Friday night. I mean, you didn't make me laugh. You made me think, but I quickly knew you were trolling. Like you said, for Lent, they're giving up hitting. They've been doing a lot of hitting in spring training. Not yesterday against the Twins, but tonight they certainly rallied. They certainly figured it out. They had 14 hits and 8 runs. And when they went and played the Phillies the other day, they beat them up too. So I knew you were kind of trolling with the they're giving up hitting. They don't have any good Italian men. Anthony Rizzo cooked. They probably should have got rid of him sooner. Joey Gallo, Andrew Benintendi. They have Anthony Volpe, your shortstop. Anthony Volpe. Don't need to look any further than Anthony Volpe at shortstop. What other goofy stuff did he say just now? I don't know. I think that was just a Friday night. Yep, Friday night after 10. The pregame has started. They're cracking those beers. They're listening to the fan. They're like, you know what? I'm going to call. I'm going to tell Keith something cool. Rick is in Riverdale. I just know Rick can do better than that.
Well, I want to say the other point he brought up was Bryce Harper, which
Oh, yeah. Come on.
I was listening to the early morning guys with Boomer and Gio, or today was Willie Colon, and they were talking about how all these different teams were banked on their hitting, and all these different teams that made the World Series were banked on hitting. And I feel like I just look back at the offseason of the Yankees, and I see Cashman's move was not to make the big one, Luis Heel for Kyle Tucker, which I can't blame him with the extension part. You don't want to have no soda, but you lose Heel, you have Stroman, you have strong pitching. I just don't know why you don't make that big move, because honestly, I'm looking down the lineup and I'm looking at Trent Grisham. He's can never stay healthy. Why not pull the big guns to get that big guy? Because I just think you're the Yankees. Open the pocketbook and just spend some money. It's just the bottom line. I just don't see him really going far with this lineup. I want to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, it's just tough right now. Thanks for the call, Rick. And yeah, Bryce Harper, I did see a report, and I had in my notes yesterday. Bryce Harper was willing to return to the outfield if the Phillies pursued Pete Alonso in free agency. Ken Rosenthal put that out there. And also, there was a report that Bryce Harper may be working on an extension, but it's not urgent. Anyway, back to the Yankees. It is just hard for fans to lose in the World Series, lose Juan Soto, see you pivot and make a bunch of moves, but kind of stop at like really stacking the deck. You made all of those moves to still have all of these holes. And yeah, I understand the philosophy change. You were mocked for your defense. You were ridiculed and made fun of, and literally just like on podcasts, laughed at, Yankee defense. You peed on yourself, and they knew you were going to do it. So you get rid of some guys, and you bring in some other guys, but yet your lineup is just not it, man. There's just too many holes, and this self-imposed tax or the self-imposed ceiling on how much you're willing to spend, it's just hard to comprehend as well when you made more money than you've ever made in 1 year last year by going to the World Series for the first time in 15 years. And it's like, don't you want to be pissed off and like on a warpath? I think Hal said something about having a chip on his shoulder, and I know what's expected of me. And like, it's like, well, where did that go? I love the Yankees, but like the Yankees do have a level of arrogance, man. Like, yeah, DJ LeMahieu, when he's healthy, like they told you that again. They told us that again. DJ LeMahieu, when he's healthy, he's a good hitter. He's not healthy. He's out now. You knew Giancarlo Stanton getting hurt was part of his game, but hey, you just let him go all off season without checking on him. Hey, G, how you feeling? You good? You get out of bed wrong. You wake up on the wrong side of the bed and your elbows hurt. It's tough for fans to feel like you want to win as much as we want to win when you're telling the fans that, yeah, we're good at 307, 308. But we don't need to spend any more than that. We're good here. When there's clear and obvious holes. And then when we get into the season, if they're not rolling, if Judge is not Judge, it's like, the noise gets louder. With Stanton, with DJ, with Heel even, right? I said earlier, Heel has pitched more than he's ever pitched in his life. He should have had an innings limit last year. Marcus Stroman, you weren't able to move him. Now you're relying on him. It's just like play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Here we go again. I love the team. I love the stadium. I love the fans. I cannot wait till these games start every day. I cannot wait for opening day. But where I'm at right now with the Yankees, am I thinking the Yankees are going to just cruise through the AL and get back to the World Series and win it? Nope. No. How could I think that? How could I even how could I seriously get on this radio station and look at this defense, look at this lineup, look at this rotation and say, yeah, we're good to go, when I know what's out there, when I know what the Red Sox did in the offseason, what I know what the Orioles figure out, the Tampa Bay Rays seem to always kind of put stuff together, and then in the National League, You got mocked by the same people that are talking about your defense. Said in the National League, you're not even a top 8 team in the National League, which is obviously a stretch. But yeah, when you look at the National League and you just look across your own city, you need more. And you can't just say, oh, we'll do more when the time comes at the deadline. This is a new team with a lot of question marks. Young guys that have to evolve and old guys that got to reach back into the past and find a better version of themselves. I'm going to be excited. I've seen some slow starts. I've seen them not come out of the gate fast in the past. I'm going to be excited for baseball no matter what. But, like, I wish there was a different energy. I wish there was a little more oomph, a little more want to coming off of losing a World Series like that. Joey is in Massapequa on the Fan. What's up, Joey?
Yo, what's up, Keith?
You know.
I've called into you a couple of times, never about the Yankees, and that's both of our passions. I'm not getting into your Cowboys love, but why are we not more outraged? We didn't let go of heel for Kyle Tucker, who's literally going to be an MVP.
Only because of the team. Only because Kyle Tucker played for the Astros. So, like, if you know any of the history. No. Like, it's not that simple, right? It takes two to tango. Like, I can't see Jim Crane trading one of his best players to the Yankees, knowing that there's a hatred there and what Cashman always goes out of his way to remind everyone in baseball that they cheated. I can't see Bregman in that clubhouse with Bellinger and with Judge and some of these guys after he was part of the cheating scandal. Like, they just will not mix.
Listen, I know, bro, but we're gonna pick the two least hateable ones. Those are the two right there. The one that I don't like.
Yeah, but that's coming from a fan perspective.
Kidding, dude. Tucker wasn't there. You're telling me?
No, it's not about. Thanks for the call, Joey. I'm sorry, dude. Maybe I understand the. Like I said, it's after 10. People have been cracking beers. Before we go to break here, I'll break it down. Kyle Tucker, sure. Yankee fans started drooling over Kyle Tucker because they started telling themselves he's better than Juan Soto. He's never been better than Juan Soto. He wasn't part of the cheating scandal, but he is an asset that Dana Brown and Jim Crane owned. They were not about to hand him to the Yankees, who they could run into again in the ALCS. It was never happening. Not for Luis Gil, not for anyone. They were not doing the deal. They were not getting into the room. If they did have a conversation, it was over in 5-10 minutes. And then Bregman, you think Cashman will give Bregman $40 million? He didn't even want to give Judge $40 million. You think he was about to give Alex Bregman $40 million? No. The Red Sox did. They did so late, and they did so against their $300 million player in Rafael Devers. So we got to move on from that. There are other teams, there are other players, there are other moves that could have and should have been made. But I feel like the Yankees pivoted from Juan Soto and they made some moves fast, and a move looks better with another move and another move, but they got to a point where they're like, okay, we're good here. And no, you're not good. When you report to camp, you're not good. Stack the deck. They just never know how to stack the deck. 888-808-1019. We're going to go get Jonathan Davis. I just need some clarity on everything that went down from the NHL trade deadline and how it affects the local teams here. Keep McPherson on the Fan. We'll be right back. Yo, bro. Yo, the Yankees, I love them. Clearly, I'm always dripped down in Yankee gear, but like it is hella frustrating and we'll have this conversation, yo. It is hella frustrating to be a Yankee fan in this era where they stop themselves from going all the way in. They stop themselves from making the next move. Like, yeah, both those guys would be great, Pam. Go to tankathon.com. There's a bunch of good guys there. All right, let's see. NHL.com. I'm trying to find the trade tracker.
Hello and goodbye.
Yo, peace, bro.
Show, man.
Enjoy your weekend.
I won't because Jalen Brunson's ankle is
Yeah,
my
that's
grandma's carnitas right now, but we'll figure it out.
peace, yo. Yeah, bro, that shit is fucking annoying. It's just like you're not embarrassed by the way that the Dodgers embarrassed you and then like mocked you. I'm about to watch. I'm gonna have an epic rant when we come back after we talk hockey here. I there's so many reasons. And we're right back at it on the Fan in New York. Joining us right now to talk about the NHL, to talk a little puck after the trade deadline, is Jonathan Davis, NHL analyst at VSiN, West Coast Hockey at West Coast HKY on X. Jonathan, are you there? I'm good. And, I'm very honest and transparent about my lack of knowledge of all of the players in the NHL. So on a day like this, I'm reading a lot of things. I'm seeing a lot of movement. But unlike, in the NBA or the MLB or NFL, I don't know everything about what this means. Let's start with the Isles. I think that's the biggest news of the day. I already took a call on it. The Islanders moving on from Brock Nelson, a guy that spent his whole career there that fans love, going to the Avalanche. Tell me what you think about that move and what the Islanders have done, this season and at this trade deadline and what this means.
Or I mean, look, I think in the case of Brock Nelson, it's giving him a chance to win. Lou Lamoriello's MO is, and that's the Islanders GM, is that if he doesn't feel that they can win, he's not going to try to acquire assets. That's just not the way he works. It's like, if we've got a legit shot for the Stanley Cup, we'll do it. If we don't, I'm not going to mortgage the future for no necessary reason. So he moves it. Brock Nelson gives him an opportunity. It's a really nice touch. And look, it's obviously an emotional time for Nelson, who spent his entire career there. And the interview that he did with Shannon Hogan, in his last game as an Islander, tells everybody how he feels about the team. So, that's it. I mean, the Islanders are just in a spot where if they make the playoffs, it's great. But, they've got they got bigger issues down the road that they're going to need to deal with. And the other other player they could have moved was Kyle Palmieri, but he's been led to believe that he's going to have a new contract in the not too distant future.
The next question I got to ask about is the Rangers, right? I think Rangers fans have been a little frustrated with this season coming off of last year and the success they've had the last few years. It just didn't work out, and they made a ton of moves over the last few weeks, but I don't think it's in an effort to go for it. I think it's just in an effort to just change the culture, change the locker room, change the vibes completely, be a little more flexible with who they have. When you're looking at this new look Rangers team, what are your thoughts about what the front office did here and where they're going in the future?
Well, I think they're trying to create some cap space. At the same time, they are trying to make themselves, better, to put themselves in a position to still contend in the playoffs. I mean, I like the additions. The JT Miller addition has worked out very well for New York. I mean, that's the type of guy you want come playoff time. JT Miller is an ordinary person. You don't want to have 20 of them on your team, but he is a guy that will drag other players into the fight. So I do like it. I mean, I think that, when you look at the Rangers, though, the one thing that's been very constant with their coach, Peter Laviolette, is that in his second full year with any team that he has coached, go take a look, that team has had a drop off in year two. He's tough. He's tough to play for. And look, there's been a lot of issues with the Rangers, in the way they handled some of their players in the offseason. Barclay Goodrow comes to mind, and the players were really upset with the fact that that this guy was put on waivers. So it's been a tumultuous year in New York, but at the end of the day, look, they're still in striking distance of making the playoffs. They're 1 point out of a wild card spot. So the teams that they're chasing, Ottawa and Columbus, have warts of their own. So they're still in it, and hey, they're playing relevant games right now.
Yeah, so I'm a Devils fan. I picked up the Devils a couple years back, and it felt like the right time. The Devils went on a run in 2023. Then obviously were very hyped up in 2024 and fell short. But now here we are in 2025 with Jacob Markstrom coming back, but Nico Hischier going down before, and then now Jack going down, and it being season ending. It's just a tough look. I'm sitting in here tonight watching them lose 6-1 to the Jets, and I'm just like, I feel like all is lost. But they also made a ton of moves, and they seem to be going for it. What do you think about the Devils' chances and the transactions that they made?
Well, I'll tell you right off the bat, two things. One, I did, back in June, I bet the Devils to win both the Eastern Conference and the Stanley Cup. Got great prices. I think it was like 20-1 to win the Eastern Conference and 40-1 to win the Cup. Something crazy. I can't even remember anymore, but really good numbers. Then about 4 or 5 days ago, I bet them.
I got a Marchand question, but after that, whatever you want to throw in, go for it.
Dougie Hamilton goes down. He really didn't make any other additional moves at the deadline. And I think Tom Fitzgerald is just pretty realistic that, hey, if let's hope we can still get in, do whatever damage we can. But I'm missing some key parts of my roster right now. There's no reason to make any silly moves at the deadline and mortgage any of my future right now, because it's just like these injuries happen. It sucks. But I think the Devils are in a really tough spot because of the fact that you've got Columbus that is just 4 points back of New Jersey, and they played 2 fewer games. The Rangers have played 2 fewer games than New Jersey. They're 5 points back. So they've got, 2 teams in their division that are in striking distance and are healthy. So I'd be a little concerned. That's why, for me, as a guy who works over at Decent, and, I try to, it's strictly from the value. I get, 8-1 for them not to make the playoffs. I like my chances.
Yeah, understood. It's not a great feel, but it is what it is. The rich get richer, right? The Florida Panthers, when they're coming off of winning it last year, and they make this move to get, why am I blanking on his name now? Yeah, I just said it to Paulie and I lost the name. That's looking like one of the biggest moves of the deadline. What are your thoughts on that coming from the Boston Bruins?
Okay, you're an NBA guy. Think about what it was like when the bad boy Pistons were around. You know, you knew you were in for a fight. Well, you're adding Brad Marchand to a team that's already got Matthew Tkachuk and Sam Bennett, who Marchand has had his issues with as a member of the Bruins. Bring your brass knuckles when you go play. Speak on playoff time. I like what they've done. I like what the other Florida team has done. The Tampa Bay Lightning made some good deals just before today, and they reacquired Yanni Gord, who was with them during their cup runs. They got another forward, Oliver Bjorkstrand. It looks like, it wouldn't be crazy to think that a Florida team is going to once again be in the Stanley Cup final for the 6th straight year.
Yeah, wow. I mean, I was on the night that the Mikko Rantanen deal went down, and I got a couple calls on that. I think Ross and Bergen County was the first one to call on that. Can you talk to us about that move as well? If the Brad Marchand deal isn't the biggest deal, then I think that one a couple weeks ago was.
Well, then Rantanen gets dealt again today to the Dallas Stars. So, think about, I can't think in any league, NBA, NFL, MLB, where a superstar player or an elite player, I don't want to call him superstar, but an elite player gets traded twice in about a 30-day span. The Carolina Hurricanes gave up a lot to get Mikko Rantanen. They felt, they realized they weren't going to be able to sign him to an extension because he's an unrestricted free agent at year's end. So they deal him to Dallas. Well, they've just made Dallas, an even better team than they were, and they've weakened them. I really feel bad for Carolina coach Rod Brind'Amour. He's going to have to do one hell of a coaching job because as bad as it is, for what you guys are going through in New Jersey in losing, Dougie Hamilton and Jack Hughes, the Carolina Hurricanes lost the player that they hoped was going to push them over the top. And Dallas just gets richer. And, right now we could have a Dallas-Colorado first-round playoff matchup, and both those teams Colorado made a couple of fantastic deals to strengthen their roster, where we could ultimately have one really, really good team be out in the first round this year. But yeah, the Rantanen deal, that's the big one because he signed an extension in Dallas, 8 years, $96 million. It was a contract that it was believed that Colorado was offering him before he got traded. But hey, in Dallas, $96 million in Dallas is worth more than $96 million in Colorado because of the tax situation. It's a great deal for the Dallas Stars.
Yeah, this is Paulie, John. One more thing on the West, you have the Avs, the Oilers, the Stars, the Jets, Vegas. It's going to be an absolute war to get through that Western Conference final, to get through that West in the playoffs. And even as much that the East is still tough, but not nearly as tough as the West. So I would almost lean a little bit towards whoever you think is going to come out of the East, just kind of hammer them if you're going to do a bet of some sort, just because I don't know how whoever gets out of the West is going to be healthy.
Well, I think that's a really good point. And I think that, for me, I made bets on both Tampa and Florida to win the Cup a couple of days ago. And I'm feeling even better about both those plays. I feel a lot better about that than as you just made the point of the gauntlet that you've got to go through in the West. So I think, you've got a better shot in that regard of taking one of those two teams. It's going to be tough. Yeah, as I said, Dallas, Colorado could face each other. If Winnipeg can hang on and win the division, Vegas could end up playing Edmonton as a possibility in round one. It's going to be crazy. And I haven't even mentioned Winnipeg. And what I find really interesting is that when you look at the odds makers, guys, Winnipeg and Washington, the top two teams in the league, are about, I think they're 6th and 7th on the odds boards to win the Cup
tonight, because Winnipeg beat the Devils 6-1. Washington beat the Red Wings 5-2. And again, Winnipeg made some ancillary moves here and there. Washington didn't do much at all. They got Beauvillier from the Penguins. Winnipeg, I believe, got Luke Shen. So they didn't make a ton of big moves. I heard Winnipeg was in on Brock Nelson, but obviously the haul that the Islanders got for Brock was probably going to supersede anything that Winnipeg was going to be able to get.
Yeah, well, look, and I mean, there's not a lot of spots. Like Winnipeg was looking for someone like a second line center like Brock, and then the other player that and Luke Shen gives them some sandpaper on the blue line, which is what they were looking for. So Brandon Tanev, they also acquired Brandon Tanev from Seattle, who so they've got two guys that are good playoff guys. They're not they're not going to move the meter that they're going to score goals, but they definitely make it hard to play against, and that. So Winnipeg didn't really have a lot of holes to fill. Washington maybe was looking potentially for a score. They couldn't find any additional help. I still don't trust the Capitals at the end of the day, and maybe I'm being foolish. And in the case of Winnipeg, their goalie Connor Hellebuck has been a great regular season goalie, but hasn't been able to perform in the playoffs. So until he does, I'm not jumping on him. And look, as I said, the Jets are far down on the odds board to win the cup.
Last thing for you, Jonathan. Hockey's in a healthy place. Myself, being a new hockey fan in the last 3 seasons, I kind of go out and campaign for it because I'm learning more about it. I like going to games. I like watching, and I really enjoyed the Four Nations Classic. And something I feel needs to be done between the Four Nations Classic and this Stanley Cup playoffs is the hype around Ovechkin and him being 10 goals away from breaking Wayne Gretzky's record. Like, they need to treat that like LeBron, going for the all-time scoring record, or Aaron Judge going for the AL home run record. Like, there needs to be a ticker on ESPN. They need to be cutting in from, I'm watching the game right now. It's Phoenix versus Denver. But if Ovechkin's playing, we need a live looking as we get closer here. What are your thoughts about hockey really pushing that, and then that leading us into a Stanley Cup playoffs, which we know are going to be really exciting?
Yeah, no, I believe that once he gets down closer to 5 goals, I think we will. I can't remember what number. I mean, Wayne Gretzky has mentioned that he will start to be at Caps games when Ovechkin gets super close. I don't know. Again, I'm assuming definitely 3 and maybe it's even 5. But so the league, we'll definitely see more from ESPN and TNT in promoting the games that, Ovechkin's games. No question about it. It's a phenomenal story, and I think one that, look, there are a lot of coaches, including Barry Trotz, who coached Ovechkin many years ago, who felt there was no way he would ever get to this number, but he is something special.
John, you're the man. Thanks for joining us tonight. Go enjoy the rest of your Friday. Thank you, Jonathan. That's Jonathan Davis at West Coast Hockey, West Coast, and then hockey spelled HKY on Twitter. And, I appreciate him joining us. He's on VSiN. He's on Sirius XM's NHL coverage. And, as I hear you guys talk hockey, I just like I'm a sports fan. And I know pretty much all the NFL players. I know a lot of baseball players. You can't know all the baseball players. I think the NFL is pretty easy to learn players too from fantasy and gambling and stuff. But I'm like, bro, there's so many hockey players and there's so much history to learn. I'm like, in my head, I'm like, how long will it take until I'm like it might take me 10 years until I'm like, yo, I actually know everything that's going on. I know the history. I know the players. I know the teams. I know the franchises. But it's almost like learning a language. It's like learning a new language.
And again, I love hockey, and I've seen your hockey kind of fandom kind of blossom, obviously, for the last few years. To me, it's the most exciting sport. It's the best sport. If you're into it like I am, today was an awesome day because so many moves that have playoff implications. The Western Conference is going to be an absolute.
Yeah.
So you hope that the Rangers kind of find their way.
Sure. No, they're going for it. They're going to try and fight. It sucks to not have Jack Hughes and Dougie Hamilton as well. I think I saw Eric Hollett take a huge hit, and it's just morale is down right now. But hey, anything can happen, and other teams. But we'll see. We'll see. We just want to at least have 2 teams in it and have something to root for locally with the puck. And I don't know. We'll see how it goes, man. All right, 888-808-1019. I have cleared all my guests. It's wide open for conversation. I think I'm really going to lean into the Yankees because we were doing that before the call, and I want to pick back up with where I'm at with the Yankees. And then, when we get to 11 o'clock, it's usually open mic time. I'll go through my notes. I'll see what we missed, and then I'll get up out of here. So dial 888-808-1019 if you'd like to join the show. The phone lines are wide open. We got to take this break right now. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. All right, getting ready to, close the show and talk about the Yankees not going for it, bro. Let's see. Nothing worse than a Friday night discussion of theoretical hockey outcomes to keep me engaged. I feel for you, Keith. We're almost there. I wish you could reply with a good fake Canadian accent and a solid take. Like, nah, I'm not there, and I'm not going to hold you. I'm not Kevin Weeks. I'm not PK Subban. I am a hockey fan, but there's just no way. You would have to spend every single day watching the entire league. Like, I don't even get paid to know all of this hockey. I kind of did it on my own, I kind of picked it up. Like, perfect example. And I'm going to say this when I come back. Stephen A. Smith is making $20 million a year. He doesn't have to talk any hockey. I'm not making close to that. And I've, taken it on myself to try and learn, to try and get some hockey conversation, involved, to be more well-rounded, to not leave that out of my show and what I do, and to even interview guests that talk hockey and to know, some of those things. So I know it's not necessarily needed, but like, I feel like it is necessary. I'm starved though, bro. Like, for real, for real. And I'm answering texts because I don't be on the text like that. What is this? Coaching Morgan is coming to you. It's a perfect opportunity to grab some. Attach flyer for details tomorrow. Oh, Sunday. All right. ESPN bet. You've been awarded a bonus bet. See, this is how they try and get you, yo. Congratulations, Keith. $5 bonus bet. Put a $5 bonus bet on a futures bet. I probably can't even do that. Probably can't even use that bonus bet on a future bet. Like, bet somebody to win Cy Young or something. All right. I think we're coming back soon here. Track your order. I'm glad I didn't take the train tonight either, bro. I did not eat dinner. I'm starved, bro. It's like when you don't eat, it's hard to think straight. But I'm gonna hold it down. I'm gonna bring it home though. I'm gonna close the show though. I had such a long day. Let's see. It sucks because you're not the performative type like Steven is. You're genuine. I don't know if that is a professional drawback or a personal asset. It will be as we get further into the future. Stephen A's performative stuff is not going to hold water like mine will. Like the authenticity that I have, the knowledge that I have, the story that I have, I know is going to have more value. Yeah, it'll be an asset. You'll see. It already is now. Okay. Thanks for listening to those random sounds and commercials and stuff during the break. Keith McPherson on the Fan during the break. And shout out to the people rocking online that watch my live streams now. Because like during the chat, you know, you guys give me some different things and it makes me think about things to bring, you know, back to the airwaves, right? As, you know, the news has come out in the last day or so around Stephen A. Smith. No, not LeBron James checking him and telling him, leave my son out of this. How? How, Bron? How are we going to leave your son out of it? He's on the roster. He's on the floor in garbage time. How? Anyway, not Stephen A., you know, backing down to the king of the NBA, but Stephen A. Smith is everywhere because he has signed a 5-year, $100 million deal to talk sports. Honestly, myself, as a young black man in sports media on radio, where, you know, I put out a tweet yesterday, Stephen A. Smith started his radio show or got on the radio in New York at 37. I got on at 34. All I can do is dream of being 57. And if I'm 57, if he's signing a $100 million deal to talk sports, what deal can I sign at 57? Lord willing. I got to stay alive. Because Stephen A. doesn't have to know anything about hockey. I've never heard Stephen A. interview anybody talking about hockey. I've never heard him have a hockey conversation. Stephen A.'s go-to line whenever the NHL comes up, which Gary Bettman and the NHL have a deal with ESPN. They're on ESPN. I don't know. His thing is, oh, I don't watch hockey. Only thing black in hockey is the puck. And you know that line. That actually, like, I heard that line from a Joe Beningo call years ago. That was ripped from that, right? I don't like watching hockey because the only thing black in hockey is the puck, and they be slapping that around like, or whatever. That's what Stephen A. does, right? They put Stephen A. in the Stanley Cup final. And he doesn't know any of the players on the team. He doesn't know the rules of the game. Maybe he does. But I just look at Stephen A. like, I'm a young guy trying to just be more well-rounded. I'm a young guy that came into WFAN and somebody said that they won't listen to my show because I won't be talking any hockey. And I said, oh, well, with that being said, let's pick up some hockey because I don't want to leave anybody out. And I'll take on the challenge with all the other challenges in my life to start watching hockey and know a little bit. And, you know, I'll learn along the way. But there are so many that are just like, we don't have to do that. I don't know how much trade deadline was talked about, you know, today on the Fan, but I still was like, hey, let me reach out to somebody. Let me get somebody that knows more about it than me to bring that conversation to the air for somebody who's listening to all the conversation around Aaron Rodgers nonstop, the Mets and Yankees, Juan Soto, you know, whatever. But they're at heart a hockey fan. You know, hockey's their favorite sport. I know that might be a minority thing. That might not be the majority, but, you know, it still counts. 888-808-1019. I did want to lean into the Yankee conversation because, again, man, I had this take before spring training started. And my thing was like, in one hand, there are all of these reasons why the Yankees should be going for it right now. And going for it is not signing Alex Bregman. But to me, going for it is leaving no stone unturned, making trades, making deals, stacking the deck, adding major league talent, and not so many question marks. I don't want to hear that the American League is weak, but if it is, right, and you know that the American League is weak, the American League is down, and you were able to get through last year, right? Why wouldn't you be gung-ho about, hey, we could do it again? Let's make sure that we can get through the American League and whoever comes out of the NL. That's one thing. Obviously, the American League is weak. The other thing is you're aging superstars and the window closing on them, right? You're aging superstars that just got to a World Series, right? Failed at the highest level. There's no Milky Way series. There's no Galaxy series. They failed in front of the world, but they at least got the feel of playing in it. Windows closing for Garrett Cole. Windows closing for Aaron Judge. Window's closing for Giancarlo Stanton, who's not going to start the season with the team. He's going back to the team. He's getting another PRP shot. Like, just unsubscribe me from the updates until they say he's ready to go. 888-808-1019. You made more money than any singular year in your history because you hadn't been to a World Series since 2009. You made way more money this year just getting to the World Series, being one of two teams left standing. We know, we read about all of the ad revenue that Fox made. We know what those ticket prices were. I could really only imagine how much money was made. But that money wasn't taken and put into the team to say, hey, to hell with the luxury tax. We got it. We could do it. So also on that same hand is, your own brand. The 27-time World Series champs, chase for 28. They don't say chase for 28 anymore because the chase has been so long. Now it's replaced for 28. We got to replace our players. Next man up, New York Yanks again. Always next man up. Okay. You are getting awfully close to your own longest World Series drought. That's not good. That's a whole generation of young fans that they don't know what going to the World Series and winning it is like. They don't know what a parade looks like. They can't grasp that. They're tired of hearing the fairy tales and stories of yesteryear. The Dodgers have become you. Yeah, the Dodgers have this deferrals loophole where they've become the evil empire. They didn't say they're the Mecca of baseball like Cashman came out and said he wants the Yankees to be the Mecca of baseball. They said, no, they're the epicenter of the world, right? Of the baseball world. They're the epicenter of the baseball world because they've got these Japanese players and they've got all these great players that are coming there willing to defer money. And you know what they did? They beat you and then they mocked you. They weren't classy about it. They weren't quiet about it. In this digital age, this modern day time of podcasts, they went on and they started spreading the news. They told everybody they could tell that they knew they were going to beat you and they knew you were going to fold. The big bad Yanks. Breaking news right now. Don't, bro. Stop. Nah, bro. See, this is what I'm talking about. I watched that game on ESPN and I said, this is what the national audience wants, right? They want the Yankees to get rocked. They want to see the Yankees put out their opening day lineup and Garrett Cole on the mound. And I knew something was up and I didn't want to think it. I just wanted to say, it's only spring training. It's exhibition. It doesn't matter. But I'm like, damn, Cole is getting rocked. And Minnesota left their big three behind. They didn't have Byron Buxton. They didn't have Carlos Correa. And Royce Lewis, he hit the broadcast via Zoom. Didn't matter. I don't even know who they had. It was Mike Ford hitting home runs. No, bro. No. Just no. John is in Maspeth on the Fan. John, go for it. Boris. Thanks for the call, John. I'm just like, I'm sinking right now. I'm absolutely sinking right now. I might have to go home, yo. I can't. But see, like, this is what, like, this breaks as I'm going through this rant about you have aging stars, right? And I mentioned don't, unsubscribe me from the updates on Stanton until he's back. Cole had an issue last year, and they were able to survive without him. Are they going to be able to do it twice? We don't know what this is going to reveal. No, because there was an issue last year. It's deja vu. In spring, he got going last year, and he was out for the first half of the year. I don't know. 888-808-1019. Jim is in Bellport on the Fan. Go for it, Jim.
Stated by the Cole News. I mean, can it get any worse? But I called to talk about the lineup. With Stanton probably going to miss significant time, and we can't rely on him. I'm concerned about the DH spot. Wondering if you think a guy like maybe JD Martinez or something could come in. I'd love to hear your thoughts about that. Also curious how the Fan keeps a racist on the air. Have a good night.
Yeah, I won't. I don't know where to go with this Garrett Cole stuff. I also don't think JD Martinez is an option at DH, and they're not adding at this point. We're 3 weeks away. We're 20 days away from opening day. I just don't. I don't think that the Yankees are gonna make any more moves. They're gonna say this is what the team is. This is the roster, and we'll make moves before the deadline. But we got to see how it plays out. We got to see how the year starts. We got to compete, and like you'll get all that type of stuff. It's just an unfortunate feeling. Like I said, I'm sinking into myself thinking about Cole going down, and then it's Max Fried. A lot of us were calling for Will Warren to get his shot. Well, be careful what you wish for, because now it's Max Fried, and like we don't even know about Clark Schmidt right now. So it's Max Fried, it's Carlos Rodon, it's Marcus Stroman, it's Will Warren. That's another thing too. A lot of y'all were talking down on Stroman. We don't need him and trade him. And I'm like, yeah, you always need pitching. You can never have enough pitching. Gary's in Waterbury on the Fan. Go for it, Gary.
The Cavalier.
You know it.
It's G-Nix. Yo, Fool Philly, first of all. Yo, and RIP to my man Fife, Guru, Prodigy, Craig Mack. I'm not going to sing it tonight. I'm not afraid of the AL. The AL is weak. And even if Cole goes down, you know we're going to make moves at the deadline. And I'm not going to say Cashman sucks. I'm not going to say it, even though I'm on the record. But we will still make moves. The AL is so weak. And, we got a better rotation still going forward.
Positive energy, optimism. Got to keep the glass half full. I understand.
Exactly. We're still the reigning champs. No, you got to stay positive. It'll all pan out in the end.
Yep. Thanks for the call, Gary. The end is a long way from now. The baseball season is every day. It is long and grueling. It's a roller coaster. And right now, we're on the bottom part of the roller coaster. Like, yo, what? How do we? I don't know. 888-808-1019. 1 hour left. Reacting to the news that Garrett Cole has to get checked out. And now the Yankees are potentially down 2 starters, Cy Young winner, a Rookie of the Year winner. And the Yankees, I don't think they're going to flinch. I think the Yankees are just going to say, Will Warren, you're up. and we ride and we push forward, and we hope for the best, and everybody be pumped up and excited and buy your tickets for opening day now. KM to AM returns right after this. Yo, what was that guy's name? Jeff or something? Yeah, just so I can remember, just so I make a mental note. Not that it matters. I'm obviously the furthest thing from racist. I wasn't going to address it, but I like to keep a mental note for when these guys come back around. If they, have the balls to. Hello. Jim. It was Gary and Rockland one night. It was like, I think that were Greg and Rockland. That was like, you're uneducated because you can't pronounce a town I never heard of. That's what I said. It's 11 o'clock on a Friday night. Yeah, that guy. Yeah, talking about the NASA helmets, NASA, whatever, bro. Some of these people, they listen and they just they have their own agendas and things, and they're very bold, and they call in and whatever. It's one and done. I don't get any smoke from anybody ever in real life. They just, they're big on the phone or online. So as Yankee Twitter starts to react to the Cole news, it's not great. Yeah, that dude with the Joe, I think his name was Greg and Rockland. Some people are just arrogant. Some people are assholes. So we dumped the call, and maybe you guys heard it. But we'll keep it. But the guy was like, I don't know how WFAN keeps a racist on air. I think he was referring to me. But the thing is, you can't be black and speak on race without ignorant people saying you're racist. I'm not sure what I said to offend him, but you guys know I'm very, articulate when it comes to that type of stuff. And I'm.
You also know about Rockland County, though, right?
Yeah. So when that guy called to question my intelligence, I could smell where that was coming from. Go ahead. Oh yeah, you do have his contact. If he wants to tap in, that's where the tweet came from. We'll just have the conversation with him. If he's down. But yeah, that'll be good. Anybody on Twitch that can go back, I'll actually put a note in that. I didn't even address it because we dumped it. Friday night, he's done. He that's a Friday night news drop. Yep. The amount of racism that I inherited taking this job at WFAN, it's unfortunate, but it hasn't stopped anything that I've done. It will never stop me because I've been used to it for a lot longer. But it's funny, right? To have a caller do all the stuff talking about, Garrett Cole and the Yankees and will, JD Martinez be considered as DH, and end his call with, I don't know how WFAN keeps a racist on air. And it's that was so random. It just makes you think where's that coming from, bro? I wish he would have stayed on longer. If he would have stayed on longer and not like a coward hung up, I would have been like, what are you trying to say? What did I say that you deemed to be racist? What did I say that triggered you? Also, when you're black, you can't be proud to be black. You got to be quiet. You got to be extremely humble about it. In my experience, that you do not want to have any type of pride in your blackness and be unapologetically black, because that can ruffle feathers as well. So I think people got the idea around me, though. I'm always going to be who I am. I'm always going to speak out and against any type of racism or prejudice or discrimination, because we don't get any further, not and shying away from the subject. And I speak on this mic knowing mad people can hear me. I speak on this mic knowing a ton of white people, black people, Hispanic people can hear me. All right, we're getting back.
Good evening at 11 o'clock. I'm Kavitha Davidson. We got breaking news out of spring training, and man, the Yankees just cannot catch a break. Garrett Cole will undergo diagnostic testing on his throwing elbow. His status should be clearer in the next couple of days. Remember, it's the same right elbow that kept Cole out of the lineup until June last season. Knicks action underway in Inglewood, taking on the Clippers, tied at 25 with 47 seconds left in the first. The Knicks, of course, playing without Jalen Brunson, who sprained his right ankle last night against the Lakers. We'll know more about that in 2 weeks. And the Devils were underwhelming at the trade deadline and on the ice today. They fell to the Jets 6-1 at home. And that's what's happening. I'm Kavitha Davidson.
Yeah, right here is where I talk about the Yankee fan culture. Right here is where I talk about it doesn't matter who's in the laundry. Right here is where I come back and I say we're 20 days away from opening day. Don't let anything stop you. Don't let anything kill your joy. It is what it is. We don't know what the verdict is on Garrett Cole. It's just tough news to take because it feels like the hits keep on coming. But you know what? I've talked about this comeback story. I've talked about the Yankees and this comeback from losing the World Series and getting back to another World Series and winning it. There's adversity, right? There's things you got to overcome, and it's piling up right now. So if these guys are really like that, right, there's a lot of talk in camp about the focus and the hunger and how these guys really do want to get back to the World Series and win it. Well, it's not supposed to be easy. Everybody can tell you the American League is going to be a cakewalk. It's weak. It's not going to be. Everybody can tell you, oh, they have more than enough. They've got a great rotation, bullpen. They've got enough hitters in the lineup. It doesn't look like it. But you can't predict baseball. And if you're a baseball fan, you watch baseball every night and you know there's going to be twists and turns. And we're this close to another adventure, and I'm excited for it. I'm done sinking now. I'll have the conversation with you about potentially Garrett Cole being out for some time. I'll have the conversation with you about Garrett Cole being a year older, Judge being a year older, Stanton being a year older, and the urgency that needs to be there from the New York Yankees to push, to add, to make a trade, make another move, do something to bolster this roster and this team and ignite the fan base as we do, start another 162. But it's a long road, man. I just was saying that about, on the other side of town, David Stearns and the Mets and their rotation and them not panicking and signing back Jose Iglesias and Jose Quintana and doubling back and saying, oh, let's get that old thing back. Let's try and reignite those flames. No, the plan is the plan. You stick with the plan, and you have no idea where you're going to be in June, in August, in October. 888-808-1019. But here we go, man. It seems like if you are a New York sports fan, like in a matter of days, like with all the Yankee injuries, potentially adding Cole to that. Last night, Jalen Brunson goes down with an injury. I just was talking about Jack Hughes and him being out for the year. It's just like, yo, when does it end? It doesn't. This is sports. There was one break I went into where I was like, it's just rolling into season after season, and the seasons change, and it's just misery. But you deal with it, and you hope that, putting in all that time and, riding with your team and watching all these games and going through the downs pays off with, a championship and the highest of ups. So maybe it will, maybe it won't, man. But here we go, embarking on another baseball season, and the Yankees ace is going for imaging. The Yankees ace, Garrett Cole, is undergoing diagnostic tests on his throwing elbow after getting rocked the other day. Maybe it's just a precaution, like, hey, your fastball was getting hit, and, we got to check this out. But as he gets up there in age with the price tag on him, it could potentially be a big blow. So brace for impact, and just know that, the Yankees, they're good where they are. The timing of me coming back before and having the rant about all the different reasons why they need to push and do more, and we get the news that potentially Garrett Cole has something going on with his shoulder. Fingers crossed, y'all. 888-808-1019. Brian is in West Palm. Brian, you're on the Fan. I think Brian hit the ZZZ. I think I heard a little. It's 11 o'clock, 11:06. Starting to get late. I know. It's Friday, long week. People are checking out, but you know what? There's people working. There's people driving. There's people just getting started on their shift. My shift will end in about 50 minutes, but we got to bring it home. We got to run through the tape. There's more to talk about. There's more to do. I'm going to keep it rolling right here, and I'm going to take this next call, and then I'm going to reset with a couple different topics that I haven't brought to the table yet. Matt is out on Staten Island. Matt, you're on the Fan. Go for it. Of course. Challenge, test, right? It's not going to be so easy. Let's see how the captain leads these guys and the new Yankees step up and these young guys become as well. Hey, I heard it. I don't know. There has been rumors for years that LeBron at 37, 38, 39, now 40, like this can't be natural. He's got to be on something. But I don't know. Until Balco comes out, until the Mitchell report comes, like, like I don't know, man. Yeah, they were linked, and I saw that stuff on Twitter, but as of right now, I'm just gonna go with LeBron as a freak. He's always been the chosen one. We are all witnesses. He's 40. He's doing this because he eats right, because he trains right, because he takes care of his body. I don't know if I can lean into the conspiracy theory and rumors that he's taking HGH. Not yet. Yeah, because the human growth hormone doesn't do anything for his basketball IQ. Yeah, I got a ton of respect for LeBron. I know Stephen A loves to have that LeBron debate, so much so he had a Kai Cenat on to have it. LeBron is the GOAT. Jordan is great and was the GOAT before LeBron, but LeBron is the greatest basketball player we've ever seen. And I'm not saying that to trigger calls. I'm saying from when you first heard of this kid out of St. Vincent St. Mary, a kid from Akron, Ohio, to where we are today at 40 and what he's doing, LeBron is the greatest basketball player, his resume, everything that we've ever watched. Thanks for the call. 888-808-1019. I'm a Kobe guy. I watched MJ. If you want to call up and put Bob Cousy and Bill Russell and those type of guys into the mix, whatever. LeBron James in the game of basketball is the greatest individual player we've ever seen. And you can try to cherry pick things. You could try to talk about years. And I hate when people talk about how long it took him to get there. Longevity is a positive. Being able to play this long is like the amount of money he has made is ridiculous. They said that JJ Redick was glazing him last week when he talked about this guy's a billionaire. He doesn't have to be doing this. This is a billionaire basketball player at 40, still going out there dropping 30, and he has a chance to win a championship this year. With Luka, you can't say that he can't. You can't say that they're not in contention. So I will always give Bron his flowers. There was a point in time, watching the Nets where I used to tell people I'm a Nets fan, but I root for LeBron. I'm a Nets fan, but I'm rooting for LeBron. Whoever LeBron is, is playing. There were times where LeBron's playing with the Nets or playing against the Nets where I'm compromised. I don't know. I kind of grew out of that in the last few years, but yeah, ton of respect for LeBron James. I'm not going to lean into any allegations that he's cheating. He's taking some type of human growth hormone. It is what it is. He's 40, and we've never seen this before, and he's playing at a ridiculous level. But people are going to always hate. People are always going to try to, take stuff from you. People are never going to, because they can't do it, right? Because we haven't seen this before. Oh, LeBron, nope. It can't just be that he works out. It can't just be that he eats right. It can't just be that he spends, $1 million on his body and trains the right way. Now, we have not hit on anything yet with the Knicks game. I'm about to get it on the screen in here. It is now about 10 minutes after 11, and it's so early in the game. I knew that, I wouldn't be on for the completion of the game, but I'd be on for the beginning of the game. It's 35-31 Knicks, and they're out. I think last night I said that they had to run it back in the same place, but, now the Intuit Dome exists, so they're not back in the Crypto.com arena. That's just the Lakers building. They're, in this brand new state-of-the-art Intuit Dome where they're saying not too many fans are showing up because the Clippers are actually little brother out there. And, let's see what they end up doing. Right now, Mikal Bridges has 8 points. Josh Hart has 9 points. Towns has 4 points. It's so early in the game, it doesn't matter who has a point. James Harden's leading all scorers with 10. I'm going to try and get eyes on that in here. Got eyes on Stephen A. Smith as they're covering, the NBA Friday. It's Nuggets versus Suns. One thing I will say about Stephen A. Smith, as much as I do respect him, he's trailblazing. He's making ridiculous amounts of money. He works. He doesn't take much time off. He's always on ESPN. And even if he doesn't know much about hockey, he is at the Stanley Cup. He might not want to go, but if ESPN is sending him there because of his name, his brand, his image, he's there. So he's a product of the work. The guy grinded from writing articles and being a journalist and a reporter to getting on the radio to, being one of the main guys as far as like debate shows and First Take and, him and Skip Bayless. Like, it took years for him to get to this point. I don't know how many years he's got left. This contract will probably take him to, the last few years he's got left till he's, damn near almost a senior citizen. But yeah, you got to give credit to him for always showing up. He's always there. He does not take time off. And that's got to be tough on his body. That's got to be tough on his family. But hey, they're going to pay you $20 million a year to talk sports every day. Go do it every day. Go show up. And I always joke about, like, this guy doesn't even know some of the players' names and some of this other stuff. He's there. He's available. He is at arenas. He is on set. He is interviewing people. And then he does his own stuff. He's got his own Stephen A. Smith podcast and YouTube show. I've got a ton of respect for Stephen A. So 888-808-1019. I just sent Paulie some audio that I wanted to pull up that I was saving for, open mic time. When I get to the end of the show, 11 o'clock, it's wide open to talk sports. We opened up the show talking about Draymond Green. I won't go into that, but we also talked about the Knicks as we got the news that Jalen Brunson will be out for 2 weeks. And now we're looking at this Knicks game right now. Maybe they pull off a win against the Clippers, but it just seems like it's going to be a tough task out west for them to win any of these games without Jalen Brunson. And maybe there's a silver lining here that the Knicks drop to the 4-5, and I don't know, maybe that's a better path for them to not run into the Celtics. Go ahead, Paulie. Yeah, that's baseball. Susan, shout out to Susan. Was talking to Susan earlier today. She kicked me such a great story today. I can't like recite it on air, but like I was trying to bring her on to give her flowers as everybody was celebrating, you know, her time and it being Women's History Month. But she kind of cleared up some things for me. I'm like, Susan's the best. I can't wait to see Susan. I think with Susan and Dave, I'll be joining them. I'm not sure, maybe the 19th on that broadcast, kind of pop in the booth down there at spring training. I'll be going down there March 17th to the 21st. So looking forward to seeing the Yanks in person, and hopefully Cole is good. But now, you know, like Max Goodman just put up, with Cole undergoing testing on his elbow, here's an updated list of Yankees injuries. Cole, elbow. Giancarlo Stanton, both elbows. Luis Heel, lat. DJ LeMahieu, calf. Tyler Matzik, oblique. Scott Effross, hamstring. JT Brubaker, ribs. Jake Cousins, forearm. Clayton Beater, shoulder. He didn't include Clark Schmidt, cranky back. We're waiting on, you know, anything with him. And he also didn't include Chase Hampton, who's got to get Tommy John surgery, or maybe already got it, but, you know, he got shut down early. It's just like, man, another one added to the list. And all we can do is put some prayers up and wear your pajamas inside out and cross your fingers and hope that, Cole is good. Somebody in my live stream chat, Rudy Giuliani goes, chat, are we cooked? No, the Yankees are never cooked. They're never cooked. And, you know, that's why I came in and I was like, listen, it is Yankees baseball no matter who's on the field. We show up for opening day no matter who is out there. It's, I don't know, Michael Pineda on opening day. I'm out there. Max Fried. Yeah, I don't know, man. I just don't want to believe it. I don't want to hear the news that like it's Cole's elbow, and then I don't even want to speak it into existence what comes after that. 888-808-1019. Now, you know, Jalen Brunson is hurt. Garrett Cole might be potentially hurt. I don't know. The Rangers Stanley Cup playoff chances are like, I have a lot of friends that are Yankees, Knicks, Rangers, Giants. Who's got it worse than that? Keith McPherson on the Fan. Call me up. We'll be right back. Yeah, so I just sent Barry Bonds talking about Ohtani. Cool. Yeah, thanks. Well, this sucks. My phone blowing up with text. Oh, man. I don't know, man. I got people texting me like, bro, you see this Garrett Cole news? I got people hitting me on Twitter like, yo, you see this Garrett Cole news? Like, yo, what trips me out is like I'm the one live on the radio. Of course. Of course. I saw. And now I got people wanting to debate me on LeBron. Like, bro, the conversation ended, bro. It's not about Michael Jordan's rings. It's not about the killer instinct. It's about like all of the things you can stack up for LeBron James in his career. He's still going. Just stop. Just stop this stupid LeBron Jordan debate. Like, bro, it's okay. There's multiple GOATs. There's multiple GOATs in every genre, every field, every profession. And yo, if you can set it up for 11:53 so I can hit that tunnel, go home and eat, and we out. Oh, this sucks, man. Wait, don't we finish? Yeah, your boy Pat. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah. I'm off it, bro. I guess the Dodgers just win the World Series again. Oh boy, New York City. My last 30 minutes or so here. Keith McPherson on the Fan. Thank you, everybody, for calling and watching online and spending your Friday night with us here at the Fan. You know, it's tough being a fan, but this is what we signed up for. This is what we like to do. This is what we're into. This is how we pass our time and spend our money, and it is what it is. Let's switch gears for a minute here because the Yankee fans that are texting me and writing into my live chat and tweeting at me don't seem to be feeling so great. The Make It Happen Mets, though. The Make It Happen Mets might be feeling good. Shout out to Dre, who's always listening to WFAN and live tweeting. Since I'm blocked by John Heyman, he sent me a John Heyman screenshot. John Heyman said, plan for now is arguably MLB's best lineup to begin this way. Talking about the Mets. Leading off, playing shortstop, Francisco Lindor. Batting second in right field, playing a Gold Glove caliber right field. The generational Juan Soto. Back like he never left because he never left. Batting third, your first baseman, the polar bear, Pete Alonso. And batting fourth, Swaggy V at the hot corner. It's Mark Vientos versus most lefties, and Nimmo will bat fourth. He's fine. He's fine. If it was the season, he'd be playing right now. Nimmo, finding Nimmo, should have been an all-star. Nimmo will bat fourth against against most righties, but you know those guys will flip back and forth between 4 and 5. Let's go, Mats. Nick is in Dobbs Ferry. Nick, you're on the fan. Nicky, my boy, you awake? Are you sleeping? Or what are we doing here? Hoff, hey, get Hoff ready, man. It might be a bumpy one tonight. It might. I mean, the timing, I look over, I see the call. I'm like, let me get this guy on. He's got to be ready to rock. Coming fresh off the break. He's got to be ready to go. The number to dial. I don't know. You would think that, and I think I might have talked to him before. The number to dial is Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, Aaron Rodgers, and then 1019 like the station. 888-808-1019. Anyway, let's go to some audio that I wanted to play. You know, I'm always on the interwebs. I'm always looking for podcasts, YouTube, things like that to watch, interesting things that are being said. And yeah, arguably one of the best baseball players, if not the best baseball player, Barry Bonds, was on a basketball podcast, the All the Smoke podcast. And he had some things to say with Matt Barnes and Steven Jackson that I thought were very interesting. You know, talking about the era he played in, talking about this era of baseball now, talking about himself if he could hit. In whatever order, you know, play the first clip that I sent you, Paulie, just so folks can hear Barry Bonds on this podcast, and then we'll react to that.
There's no
Talking about Ohtani.
the pitching and hitting has been outstanding for what he's done in base running and stuff like that. He's a complete player. I mean,
We may have to dump. Let's see.
the type of player he is and what he's.
It's a podcast and it's internet. I don't know. I can't tell you.
I mean, the game is way different than it is than when I played. The same way Michael talks about it or anyone else. Ohtani is not going to hit 2 home runs without seeing one go right here. In my generation, I don't care what he does. He's not going to steal 2 bases without somebody decapitating his kneecap and slow him down because it's a different game back then. Today's game, they take batting practice all day. They take batting practice at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all the way up. These guys hit more than I've ever seen in my entire lifetime that we didn't do. They should be better than us as hitting wise because they can hit a home run, flip their bat up in the air, run around, get a taco, come back down, have a limo, drive around, you know, all these antics that we weren't allowed to do. If I did anything like that, there's no way I'm going to see a star.
Wow.
You know, I'll see the hospital, but I ain't going to see baseball.
That's the unwritten stuff, though.
And so as a hitter, we had to hit in a way to where if I hit a home run, I know what's coming in next at bat or possibilities. So my thing is I have to be a little more defensive and be more of a contact hitter to get out of a problem than it's, well, they can just do and hit. And sometimes I think it could be a disadvantage. But Ohtani, dude, the boy can play. There's no question about who he is. My opinion, I just hope he just stays at the hitting category because his hitting ability is off the chart. Pitching, I just think might tire him out. I think he should come out of the bullpen here and there, like he has these, because he's DHing, he come out of the bullpen and throw an inning or two here, just because he's so good as a reliever too. Like he could be one of the dominant relievers and dominant starters. I think as a starter, man, I think it might get wear and tear a little bit and tire him out. Why fix something that isn't broken? Because that's like I'd like no. I ain't fixing nothing, bro.
Barry, they already paid him, Barry. They already paid him as a starter. They can't go back now. He can't just go. 888-808-1019. Maybe we'll trigger some of the conversation on the unwritten rules of baseball, the olden days versus now. What Barry Bonds is telling you is if you were to smack a home run off a guy and he feared you doing that next time around in the lineup, he might buzz you. He might throw one right behind your neck. Roger Clemens would. You know, Barry Bonds said, you know, in the time that he played, you know, he had to, you know, approach his at bat differently. These guys could just go up there and swing away, hit. This podcast was great. I listened to most of it. You know, he talked about how these guys take batting practice more than ever, you know, and it was just a different time with unwritten rules and the rules. Like baseball took away the unwritten rules and added some new rules. It's just a different time. But I also did like what he said about Ohtani, and you know, Ohtani is a great hitter. Will we see a version of Ohtani? We're about to see the version of Ohtani that we became accustomed to, him hitting and him being a starter. But will we see a version that Barry Bonds is talking about? Like maybe they slowly put him in the bullpen. Maybe they slowly limit his innings to preserve him. But like I said, they already paid him. But also when I think about them already paying him, they don't care that they already paid him. Juan Soto blew that contract out of the water, and Juan Soto is not Ohtani. And then also they have this deferred money where how much are they really paying him right now? And how much is Ohtani really making for them right now? Oh, speaking of Juan Soto blowing the Ohtani contract out of the water, Nick is in Dobbs Ferry. Nick, let's try this again. Hey.
Oh, sorry. First off, I didn't think I'd get onto you as quick because usually Tommy Lugauer holds me, puts me on hold for 2 hours all day, and I answered over.
Nah, I've been moving along here, and I've been clearing the calls here. You got it.
Yeah, you're the man, Keith. And so what I want to say about Juan Soto is, number one, I don't want to say that he's a complete liar because I know he's lying about his age and everything. They did offer him a maximum amount of money. Like I think they did offer them more money, and they're embarrassed to say it, but that money is only in Canadian dollars. So if you offer him 800 million Canadian dollars, what is that? 600 million in US dollars?
Yeah, and it's just also not realistic. What I said is, of course, they offered him the world, but he's not moving to Canada.
Exactly. Well, his whole life is almost in America and Dominican Republic. I mean, Toronto is not too far away, but at the same time, it's a whole different tax bracket. It's a whole different thing. You're losing money going there. No one wants to go there. And Vladimir Guerrero Jr. is going to be the perfect centerpiece to show that, listen, there shouldn't be teams in Canada anymore.
Yeah, they're having a hard go at it. They're having a hard go signing guys and getting guys to come up there. And if they lose Vladdy, which I think that it's almost a lock guarantee that they will, and maybe they, back up the Brinks truck for him. It's just going to be like, yeah, why are we doing this here in Toronto?
Yeah, well, also, too, like, as far as Toronto, I mean, their glory days were the early 90s, right? And they had the only big free agent signing they've had since was Roger Clemens, who literally was on his last leg and had to take steroids to become, that two-time Cy Young winner in Toronto.
They had a good run with, Joey Bats and Josh Donaldson and Edwin Encarnacion.
Homegrown talent. I'm talking about.
Not Josh Donaldson. Didn't Josh Donaldson come up with the A's? Didn't he go there? Yeah, but
big piece ever, and they never will.
yeah, I think you're right. Thanks for the call, Nick. Thanks for coming back and bringing that around. Well, it's just, why would you want to go? And I always hear people talk about them having to go through customs every time they go somewhere and come back. Why would you want to do that? Why would you want to make things harder on yourself? I hear Toronto's nice. I've never been. But if everything is equal, everything's the same, you'd rather be in the States playing. 888-808-1019. Like they are going to, like, I think who they signed? Anthony Santander. And I think that was just Anthony Santander's market being nada. Like Anthony Santander having no real options but to stay or but to go there. He probably wanted to stay with the Baltimore Orioles, and they're like, nope, We're not paying you that. You know what's funny too, thinking about Juan Soto's contract? How many of us, myself included, thought like, okay, Juan Soto is the first domino to fall. And we got to see how much Juan Soto makes, how much Juan Soto gets paid. And then, you know, the rest of these outfielders, the rest of these guys in free agency are going to point to Juan Soto's deal and be like, pay me this much. Based on these numbers and this metrics, I should be this much less than Juan Soto. No, Juan Soto's a unicorn, literally. Like, his contract is out there on its own. We might not see a guy for a while get close to that. I think I was on the other night and some people were talking about online Ellie De La Cruz. Like, nah, Ellie De La Cruz, maybe. I think, that he's, a great player. But I think you're going to look at like Bobby Witt Jr.'s deal, and then you're going to look at what Gunnar Henderson gets. But this, potential for Juan Soto to make $805 million. I think that's what it is, potentially all in. Like, who else is doing that? Who else is hitting free agency with the profile that he had? Who else is going to be that good? Who else is going to, I don't expect Steve Cohen to be doing this all the time. I don't expect him to go after everyone. Even, earlier in the show, we were talking about Vladdy and getting the numbers that, Vladdy had put out there saying, I wasn't over 600. And, the years were like 14, 15. And then I had Laura Albanese on. If you want to go back to the Mets conversation around 8:15, I don't think David Stearns is going to advise Steve Cohen to continue to add these long-term deals. You need a few of these players. You don't need your whole roster to be that, because that's going to jam you up later. You need these young guys to come through and figure it out. 888-808-1019. Let's play the next cut from Barry Bonds. Not talking about Shohei, but just talking about himself. You can run that now. Go for it.
10 100-mile fastballs pitched to you today. You getting any of them out?
100? That's easy.
Right now, today.
I don't care how hard you throw a baseball.
They're gone.
There ain't no way you can throw a baseball 66 inches. I can't just do like this. If there's a catcher behind home plate that sits like this with a glove, and you throw 100 miles down, he just go like this, boom, boom. All I did was change this object to a bat. Boom, boom. I ain't got to change nothing. I just changed the object.
Rocking down.
Now, if you're asking me to do something spectacular, that would take time for my body to get used to it at 60.
Just going up there.
But to go up there and hit it, I don't care how hard you throw it. As long as I can see it, I hit it. Willie could do it back, even when in his 60s. Him and my dad and them would come and hit all the time.
I love the confidence. I love the supreme confidence, even at his age. Barry Bonds been saying that same thing for years. Hey, all I did was change the object. All I did was put a bat there, right? There's a catcher catching it. All I did was stop the catcher from catching it, putting a bat there. He's supremely confident. He was at the Rickwood Field game down there in Birmingham, Alabama, and they had him on the spot, and they said something like, what would you do against Satchel Paige if you ever faced him back in the day? And he was almost offended. He was like, me? Gone. Home run. Barry Bonds should be in the Hall of Fame. 888-808-1019. That's going to trigger somebody. It's going to be the last one was me saying that LeBron James is the GOAT. And then I think someone online was like, there can only be one GOAT. No, what are you talking about? There's GOAT emojis on everybody. Everybody's the GOAT now. LeBron James is the greatest basketball player we've ever seen. If you want to say MJ is the GOAT, greatest of all time, sure. But LeBron James' resume is he's the greatest basketball player from start to finish we've ever seen. I was in high school when I first learned of LeBron. We are all witnesses. We are still witnessing it. Think about MJ and what he did in his career. Yes, winning those championships, stone cold killer, champion, the greatest winner. But LeBron, they are going to make movies. They are going to write books. LeBron, he's still writing it. I just think at this point, if you're still fighting that debate and not just giving LeBron his flowers, you're a LeBron hater. It doesn't make any sense to try and stack those two up against each other. It is not about how many championships LeBron won or hasn't won. LeBron James is the king of basketball. He is a gift to all of us that have seen him. What he has been able to do in his career and what he has done and is still doing is unmatched. No, but he's above Jordan. He is above Jordan. His career is above Jordan's career. I've seen them both. If he never won a championship, if he didn't win multiple championships, then maybe. But like what we're seeing out of LeBron at 40, he's still going. LeBron is a monster. If he did, he would have handled his business. He's more brolic than MJ was. Like, yeah. And MJ was at Atlantic City, you know, at the high stakes poker table. And I love MJ. I came into basketball like Mike. I like to be like Mike. I was a Bulls fan, bandwagon, all that. Had the Jordans. I'm wearing Jordans right now. LeBron is the GOAT. Yeah, but like LeBron's career. LeBron had the amount of moments, and he's still giving us moments, bro. He's still like, bro, what did he hit 50,000 points the other night with his son getting in the game? Like, just that, add that as another stat. Like, that's ridiculous, bro. Perhaps, but like in reality, his son is on the Lakers. We watched his son as a child grow up, go to high school, go to college, get drafted, play on the team. And like people can, and that's the whole beef that Stephen A was having or back and forth that Stephen A was having because, Stephen A got on First Take and saying, LeBron, what are you doing as a father? What are you doing to your son? What am I doing? This is called nepotism. This is going on in the business world forever. All I'm doing is bringing my son to work with me. I got my son a job. And you know what? Bronny's brand makes that all worth it. LeBron is the GOAT, man. I've been done with the conversation. He's still adding to it where it's like Jordan, is the greatest winner, might be the greatest of all time to you. When we look at individual basketball players, it's LeBron. 888-808-1019. Keith McPherson on the Fan. I'll be right back. And it's not a young thing. I'm not young as people think I am. I saw them both. What we have been able to see from LeBron James, unmatched, never be done again. Freed's team till the All-Star break. Damn. Random, do you follow boxing, Keith, or too much on the plate already? Boxing? What, like Jake Paul now? Floyd Mayweather ain't boxing no more. Manny Pacquiao ain't boxing no more. What are you talking about? Tank? Gervonta Tank Davis? Devin Haney? I don't know. I don't really follow it. When I catch it, I catch it. It's not lit like that anymore. Manny Pacquiao, Oscar De La Hoya. Schmidt is staying in Tampa to throw a sim game before joining the team. Yeah, I guess. What do the Yankees do in the offseason? Fire the strength coach. They've been doing that for years. They have fired the strength coach. Like for years, we've been on that. I'm packing up because I'm about to go home and I'm about to eat and I'm going right to sleep, y'all. I got like this Yankee stuff, bro. I don't want to tell y'all my fears of like it took 15 years to get back to that World Series. What if it's another 15 years before we get back to a World Series and lose? I'm not gonna be young. Like in another 15 years, I can't turn up at the parade. If they win, right? They could go and lose again. It was fun while we were kids. I will always regret being prime age, being in college when the Yankees won in 2009, and I did the responsible thing. I went to class, I went to practice, and I saw some clips on the news and computer, and I didn't go to the World Series. That was a mistake. Or didn't go to the parade. That was a mistake. I'm a Rangers fan, Keith. I want them to win that Stanley Cup. They won't. Larry Bird was cold as hell. Yeah, the cold news sucks, man. I don't know what to tell y'all, bro. It's hard to be excited. Yeah, I'm about to skate. This show's over in like 5 minutes, yo. So I'm gonna sign off now. Somber night. It's a tough night. Garrett Cole news. I don't even know. I don't even have the Knicks game on here. I won't sign off yet because you guys are too good. Too good to me, man. 950 people watching this video. Almost every night I get up to like 1,000 views. My YouTube channel is growing because of this. I'm going to fix the audio before opening day. All right, let's bring it home here. Yeah, I came up in this era. I was a child in the 90s. I know about Black Jesus. I know about MJ. But in 2025, there's a 40-year-old king of the league that has stacked a resume that's unmatched. And I can't say I've seen a better basketball player than him all in. Michael Jordan was a killer. Michael Jordan was the GOAT. I thought Kobe was about to get up there. LeBron is different, bro. And I know there's all these different ways we can go around it, and you can go around it forever. But for what my money's worth, when it's all said and done, we're going to be like, bro, why did we hate on LeBron? LeBron gave us so many things, so many moments. Anthony in Bethel, Connecticut. I don't know if you agree or disagree, but you're on. I know their records. I've watched all of them. You can Wikipedia my age. You can Wikipedia. You are spot on. Who put me on Wikipedia? Go on. They told me he was playing against plumbers, though. I've watched all the docs. I watched Last Dance. Right, that was part of the origin story. The Pistons, the bad boys, they beat him up. He got in the gym. He got right. I know this. I did, Anthony. Thanks for the call. My mom let me stay up to watch him defeat the Seattle Supersonics. These kids didn't even know there was a team in Seattle. Bobby's in Manhattan. You're the last call on the fan. Go for it, Bobby. I'm good.
With
Rodon's going to blow up at some point. I mean, it seems like by May, Stroman's going to be our number one starter. If you got a team that could take him and take a good portion of his contract, would you think about trading Cole?
Nah, Cole is Yankee fan today, tomorrow, forever. He's might as well be a captain on the team. We gotta hold it down and not panic. Hopefully this isn't the worst. I don't even want to say the letters that people are putting in my Twitter right now. And it is what it is. He's, we need him. Ultimately there is no trading him. We need him. We need him to be healthy. We need this to be nothing. And if they got to shut him down for a little while, like they did last year, so be it. It just sucks because, like you said, like we're gonna end up watching Rodon and I don't know, bro. We're gonna watch Stroman and like Clark Schmidt is pitching a sim game, and we don't even know about him. And Luis Heel is down, and I don't know. I don't know. Plot twist, adversity.
To happen every year with our staff, and it's the second year in a row with Cole. So I just worry that the lesser his long contract, it's going to get worse and worse.
Yeah, the hits keep on coming. Thanks for the call, Bobby. I'm gonna just go home and like maybe just sleep under the bed. Maybe I'll just slide under my bed and just like not make a sound. Just like hope my wife finds me in the morning and she's like, hey, they said Garrett Cole is all right, bro. You got to get over it, bro. Yeah, Jonah got the drop. The Yankees go from missing the playoffs to getting to the World Series, losing the playoffs, or losing the World Series. Now, I don't know. Without Cole, are we going to make the playoffs? All right. I'm out of here. Hoff is coming up next. Everybody try to enjoy your weekend. It's just sports. It's just entertainment. It's just LeBron is a ridiculous human being, billionaire, athlete, icon. And like, LeBron is better than Jordan overall, but Jordan is a killer. Respect to him too. Two GOATs can exist. That's all I've got. I'll see you Sunday though. Good night.
Sports Radio 101.9